I'd like to call this Tampa City Council meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Carlson.
Here.
Maniscalco.
Here.
Dingfelder. Citro. Yes. Vieira. Here. Miranda. Here. And Goods. We have a physical quorum.
Yes, we do. All right, we will begin with item number 76. If you've not been sworn in, please raise your right hand. We'll swear you in. Item number 76. Oh, the chair is here. Passing it on to the chairman.
Gentlemen, I apologize for my tardiness, but we had a lot of city business me and Mr. Shelby had to take care of before I could return. We're going to go ahead. I know Mrs. Edwards had asked me about number 76, but I've been instructed that there are closely over 40 people maybe to speak on this item. Item number 70, which is the noise ordinance, and I know it's a big deal, so if you would give me personal pleasure, I would think that we would probably just go ahead and hold 70 to the end, because with that amount of people, some of the other folks behind are, don't have anybody waiting. I think that'd be in the best interest of time to go ahead and go through the agenda and then do 70 last. So we'll go ahead and proceed. Does anyone have any comments on that, gentlemen? All right. All right. We'll move right ahead then. Item number 76, please.
Good afternoon, council members.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for considering our case. I am Panna Mahadevia and my husband Surendra Mahadevia.
Can I get you to raise your hand and swear you in, if you don't mind, ma'am?
Yeah.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, if you just hold on a minute, let me get staff on the monitor. All right. Staff, you may proceed, Mr. Hussain. You've been sworn, your mic is muted. I think you've already been sworn in, correct?
Yes. Before the applicant speaks, let me first introduce the case, and then the applicant can hopefully speak afterwards.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Zain Hussain, Development Coordination, item number 76, case REZ 21-55. This is being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 18700 Highwoods Preserve Parkway. This is being proposed for a rezoning from PD, Planned Development Congregate Living Facility, Medical Office, and Business Professional Office to PD, Planned Development, Business Professional Office, Medical Office, Place of Religious Assembly, and Recreational Facility. I'm here for any questions if needed. Site plans were dropped off to the city clerk yesterday.
Any questions for staff? All right, we'll go to the applicant.
Good afternoon. I'm Panna Mahadevia and my husband Surendra Mahadevia. We are the owners of the building, and many of our community members, and we are passionate to get the CO of the building so we can start the community activities. Mr. Chris McNeil is, I believe, on the Zoom call, and if anybody has any questions, he'll be willing to answer. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? All right. Anyone on the second floor to speak on this item? Anyone on the second floor to speak on this item?
The second floor on the screen, please, Mr. Chairman. Up, there we go. Nobody else, I
Do we
believe.
have anyone registered, Madam Chair?
No one is registered.
All right, Madam Clerk. All right. No being registered. Move to close. All right, we have Mr. Miranda, Mr. Citro second. Roll call, please. I'm sorry. Lot going on this afternoon, gentlemen. You're just getting back in the fold. Mr. Miranda, Mr. Citro, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carried. We'll go back, started with Mr. Miranda was last. We'll go back to Mr. Vieira. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure to read this, sir. I hereby move an ordinance being presented for second reading adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 18700 Highwoods Preserve Parkway in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification PD plan development congregate living facility, medical office, business professional office to PD plan development business professional office, medical office, place of real assembly, recreational facility, providing an effective date.
All right. Second by Mr. Citro. Roll call, please.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Dingfelder, Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco, and Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Dingfelder being absent at vote.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 77.
Ross Amos, Development Coordination, presenting item number 77, file number BAC 21-9. Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning the alleyway located south of Oak Avenue, north of 7th Avenue, west of Morgan Street, and east of Florida Avenue within the plat of Highland Park First Edition of subdivision, City of Tampa. Staff is available if you have any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Simmons? Any questions? All right, we'll move to the applicant.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive, here with Pat and Shalora, the applicant. We appreciate your support at the December 9th hearing. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, any questions for the applicant? Anyone on the second floor to speak on this item? See if I can get CTV to show me the second floor, please.
No one on the second floor to speak on that item.
Thank you, sir. Anyone registered for this item?
No one is registered.
Move to close.
Mr. Citrus moved, Mr. Miranda seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Maniscalco, item number 77, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning a right-of-way alleyway located south of Oak Avenue, north of 7th Avenue, west of Morgan Street, and east of Florida Avenue, within the plat of Highland Park First Edition, a subdivision in the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, as more fully described in Section 1 hereof, subject to certain easement reservations, covenants, conditions, and restrictions, as more particularly set forth herein, providing an effective date.
Second.
All right, second by Mr. Miranda.
Citro,
Roll call.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder, Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
and Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Dingfelder being absent at vote.
All right, item number 78.
Thank you so much, Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 78, this is case REZ 21-86. This is being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 1701 North Florida Avenue, 205, 207, 209, and 211 East Oak Avenue, 1802 and 1808 North Morgan Street, and 202 East 7th Avenue. This is being proposed for rezoning from CI, Commercial Intensive, RM24, Residential Multifamily, and PD Planned Development to PD Planned Development Residential Multifamily, Retail Sales, and Storefront Residential. Site plans were dropped off yesterday to the city clerk. I'm here for any questions if needed.
All right, any questions for Zane? All right, being none, we'll go to the applicant.
Good afternoon, Council. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive, here with the applicant, Pat and Shalora. We appreciate your support on December 9th, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? Any questions for the applicant? All right, anyone on the second floor to speak on this item? All right,
No one is registered.
No one's registered. Close. Mr.
Second.
Maniscalco, Mr. Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Carlson, number 78, please, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to move file number REZ 2186, ordinance being presented for second reading adoption, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1701 North Florida Avenue, 205, 207, 209, and 211 East Oak Avenue, 1802 and 8 North Morgan Street and 202 East 7th Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning, district classification CI, commercial intensive, RM 24 residential multifamily, and PD plan development to PD plan development residential multifamily retail sales and storefront residential, providing effective date.
All right, Senator Maniscalco, roll call vote, please.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder, Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Dingfelder being absent at vote.
Mr. Chair, I'll
Yes,
pass the resolution.
All right,
Second.
second by Mr. Miranda.
Carlson, Maniscalco, Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder, and Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Dingfelder being absent at vote.
Item 79.
Thanks so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination, agenda item number 79, case REZ 21-76 that is being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 907 North Willow Avenue. This is a proposed rezoning from RS 50 residential single family to RM 18 residential multifamily. This being Euclidean, no site plan was needed. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions, Mr. Shelby? You recognize, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and just for the purposes of the record, I just want to state that the city is in a receipt of a letter from Attorney Ethan Loeb, and that has been provided to the clerk and is going to be made part. It is being made part of the record. Thank you.
Okay.
I believe
All
the
right.
petitioner.
All right, the petition?
Good afternoon, Council. Steve Michelini, representing the petitioner on this proposed rezoning from the RS50 to RM18. We respectfully request your approval. We've complied with all of the staff and code requirements to achieve that. Thank you.
Any questions for the petition? All right, anyone on the second floor speak on this item? Anyone on the second floor to speak on this item, 79? We want to register for this item, Madam Clerk?
No one is registered.
All right, we'll close.
So close.
All right, Mr. Random, Mr. Citro, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. We left off on Mr. Carlson.
Thank you
correct?
very much, Mr. Chair. File number REZ 21-76, an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of 907 North Willow Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family to RM18 residential multifamily, providing an effective date.
All right.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call.
Dingfelder, Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
and Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Dingfelder being absent at vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Thank you, Council.
Number 80.
Thanks so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination, agenda item number 80, case REZ 21-78 is being presented for second reading and adoption at a location 809 West Linebaugh Avenue. There's a proposed rezoning from RS60 residential single family to PD planned development residential single family detached and semi-detached. Site plans were dropped off yesterday to the city clerk's office. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions for Zane? All right, being none, we'll go to the applicant. Raise your hand and be sworn in, sir.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, you may begin.
Thank you all, council, for your time. We just request your support of the approval of the project, and we're here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? Anyone on the second floor speak on this item? Anyone else on the second floor speak on this item? Will anyone register?
No one is registered.
Move to close.
So move.
Mr. Miranda, second by Mr. Citro, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Miranda, would you mind, sir?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 80, file number REZ 21-78. An ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 809 West Linebaugh Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RS60 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family detached and semi-detached, providing an effective date.
Second.
Second by Mr. Citro. Roll call.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Viera,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder, and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Dingfelder being absent at vote.
All right. Item number 81.
Thank you so much, Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 81, case REZ 21-95. This is being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 1015 Lily White Court, 1555 Scott Street, and 1502 Nucio Parkway. There's a proposed rezoning from YC2, Ybor City Residential, and RM24 Residential Multifamily to YC9, Ybor City Plan Development, and PD Plan Development Residential Multifamily and Storefront Residential. Site plans were dropped off yesterday to the city clerk. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions for Zane? All right, we have from the applicant.
Good afternoon, Council. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. Appreciate your support of this at the December 9th hearing. All changes have been made that were requested, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Any questions for the applicant? All right, anyone on the second floor to speak on this item? Anyone on the second floor to speak on this item? All right, we have anyone registered to speak on this item?
No one is registered.
Move closed.
Mr. Reyes moved, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Vieira, would you do the honors, please?
Yes, sir. I hereby move an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1015 Lily White Court, 1555 Scott Street, and 1502 Nucio Parkway in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification YC2, Ybor City Residential, and RM24 Residential Multifamily to YC9, Ybor City Plan Development, and PD Plan Development Residential Multifamily and Storefront Residential, providing an effective date.
Second.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call.
Maniscalco, Viera, Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder, Carlson,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Dingfelder being absent at vote.
Thank you. Busy day today, folks. Busy day. All right, item number 82.
Thanks so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 82, case REZ 21-106, being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 801 East 26th Avenue. There's a proposed rezoning from PD Plan Development to PD Plan Development Residential Multifamily. Site plans were dropped off yesterday to the city clerk's office. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions for Zane? All right, from the applicant?
Yes.
Please swear Mr. Mechanic in. Thank you, muted, Mr. Mechanic.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
All right. We have you there, Mr. Mechanic? Still muted, sir. Still muted. We lost him. Okay. You still have him, Madam Clerk, or we lost him? Mr. Mechanic, are you still there? All right, is there anyone on the second floor to speak on this item, 82? Anyone second floor speak on item 82? Anyone registered?
No one else is registered for this item.
All right, move to close.
So moved. Second.
Mr. Miranda, second by Mr. Citro, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Maniscalco, would you do honors, please, sir?
All right, number 82. I have an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 801 East 26th Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification PD plan development to PD plan development residential multifamily, providing an effective date.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call.
Viera. Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder. Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
And Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Dingfelder being absent at vote.
We need to move resolution too, right?
So moved.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
You want to do roll call?
Yep, roll call.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder. Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Viera. Citro.
Yes.
And Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Dingfelder being absent at vote.
All right, item number 83.
Thanks so much, Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 83, case REZ 21-107, is being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 1315 North Himes Avenue, 3418, 3420, and 3422 West LaSalle Street, and 3417 and 3421 West Arch Street. This is a proposed rezoning from CI Commercial Intensive and RS50 Residential Single Family to PD Plan Development Residential Single Family Attached. Site plans were dropped off yesterday to the City Clerk's office. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions for Zane? All right, applicant?
Dave Mechanic's also the lead on this project, so I don't think he may be having some technical difficulties.
Oh,
But
I swear you in then.
if you have any questions, I swear.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Do.
Thank you.
All right, anything to speak on, gentlemen?
No, as long as you guys don't have any questions, we're here to answer anything.
Any questions for the applicant? All right, anyone on the second floor speak on this side? Anyone on the second floor speak on item 83? We have anyone registered?
No one is registered.
We'll close.
So moved. Second.
Mr. Miranda, second by Mr. Citro, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Thank you, Mr. Carlson. If you do the honors, 83, sir?
Yes, sir. I'd like to move file number REZ 21-107, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1315 North Himes Avenue, 3418, 3420, and 3422 West LaSalle Street, and 3417 and 3421 West Arch Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification CI Commercial Intensive and RS 50 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family attached, providing effective date.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda, roll call.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder. Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Viera. And Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Dingfelder being absent at vote.
Move the
Chair, I'll
resolution.
move the resolution.
All right, Mr. Citro has moved it, second by Mr. Carlson. Roll call.
Dingfelder. Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Viera. Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
And Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Dingfelder being absent at vote.
All right, number 83. 84, I'm sorry, 84. 84, wow.
Thank you so much, Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 84, case REZ 21-109. This is being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 301 North Hubert Avenue. Proposed rezoning from RS50 residential single family to RM16 residential multifamily. This is a Euclidean case, so no site plan is needed. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions for Zane? All right, we have the applicant.
Steve Michelini representing the petitioner. This is a petition for RS50 going to RM16. And as the staff has indicated, we had support and no issues regarding the consistency with the comprehensive plan or the City of Tampa codes. We meet the various land use policies associated with this and respectfully request your approval.
All right, anyone on the second floor to speak on this item? Anyone on the second floor to speak on this item? Well, we don't want to register.
No one is registered.
Move to close.
Second.
Mr. Random, Mr. Citro, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move file number REZ 21-109. An ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of 301 North Hewart Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1, from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family to RM16 residential multifamily, providing an effective date.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call.
Viera. Yes. Maniscalco.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder. Carlson.
Yes.
And Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Dingfelder being absent at vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, council.
Number 85, please.
Thank you so much, Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 85, case REZ 22-08. This is being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 5215 North Howard Avenue. It's a proposed rezoning from RS60 residential single family to CI commercial intensive. It's being Euclidean, no site plans were required. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions for Zane? All right, we'll move to the applicant.
Good afternoon, Council. Adriana Colina, Director of Logistics and Asset Management for the City of Tampa. I have not yet been sworn in today.
Please,
All right.
please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I just wanted to thank the Wellswood Civic Association for their support. And Council, I want to thank you for your unanimous tonight to rezone this property from RS60 to CI, which is consistent with the area. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions from Scolina? Being none, anyone on the second floor to speak on this item? Anyone on the second floor to speak on item 85? Madam Deputy Clerk, anyone registered for this item?
No one is registered.
Move to close.
Mr. Miranda, second by Mr. Maniscalco, heard. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is granted.
Thank you.
Mr. Miranda, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 85, file number REZ 22-08. An ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 5215 North Howard Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in sections 1 from zoning district classification RS60 residential single family to CI commercial intensive, providing an effective date.
Second.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call, please.
Citro.
Yes.
Viera. Yes. Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder. Yes. Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
And Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, number 86.
Susan Johnson Velez, Assistant City Attorney. Number 86 is second reading of an ordinance to correct a scrivener's error by substituting a new site plan for a previously approved site plan in order to accurately depict the real property parcel consistent with the legal description that's on the ordinance and on the site plan. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Susan Johnson Velez? All right, anyone to speak on the side? All right, you sworn her in. You see,
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
This is Jamie Mayer of law firm Howard Henderson for the applicant. I don't have anything additional to provide, but I am here to answer any questions in case there have been any since first reading. Thank you.
any questions for the lady? All right, anyone on the second floor to speak on this item? Anyone on the second floor to speak on item 86? Anyone registered?
No one is registered.
We'll close. Mr. Miranda?
Second.
Second by Mr. Citro, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Dingfelder, you're down back now, so you're battered up. 86.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regard to REZ 19-94, I'll read the following ordinance for first reading consideration. I'll move an ordinance amending ordinance number 2020-132, passed and ordained by the City Council of the City of Tampa on November 5th, 2020, correcting a scrivener's error by substituting a new site plan for the previously approved site plan to reflect an accurate description of the real property consistent with the legal description on the site plan, and in ordinance 2020-132, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Second.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call, please.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira, and Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, item number 87.
Ross Sammons, Development Coordination, presenting item number 87, file number VAC-21-14, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning a right-of-way alleyway located south of East 20th Avenue, north of East 19th Avenue, west of North 21st Street, and east of Bonza Street within the plat of Bonza subdivision of the City of Tampa. I would like to point out to council that the applicant, Mr. Tate, was available earlier before break and was unavailable after the break. And I told him I would relay that message to you. And I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? All right, anyone on the second floor to speak on this item? Anyone on the second floor to speak on this item? Anyone registered?
No one is registered.
Move to close by Mr. Miranda.
Mr. Chairman, my favorite part of this is the plat is called Bonza. I don't know what. Is that
I need a second, sir.
second?
Second by Mr. Dingfelder. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Vieira, back to you again, sir.
Sir, I will forward an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. Ordinance vacating, closing, discontinuing, abandoning a right-of-way alley located south of East 20th Avenue, north of East 19th Avenue, west of North 21st Street, and east of Bonza Street within the plat of Bonza, and a subdivision in the City of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 hereof, subject to certain easement reservations, covenants, conditions, and restrictions as more particularly set forth herein, providing an effective date.
Second.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call, please.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
No.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira, Citro,
Yes.
and Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson voting no.
All right, we have number 88.
Move that to, Chairman. move
Yes,
that
sir.
there. Move to April the 7th, 2022. That's file number VAC 21-15.
All right, Mr. Miranda, I think that's Mr. Vieira, second that. Mr. Shelby, you recognize?
Excuse me, is there anybody who wishes to speak to the continuance? Is there, I don't believe there
Anyone on the
is.
second floor to speak to item number 88?
I see no one.
Anyone registered?
No one is registered.
Okay, go back. I think it was Mr. Miranda and Mr. Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
If we can do it by roll call, because it is a continuance of a public hearing, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
sir.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira, Citro, Miranda,
Yes.
and Goose.
Yes,
Motion carried unanimously.
thank you.
And again, that date, Madam Clerk, is
April 7th, 2022 at
9:30
a.m.
9:30 a.m.?
I'm sorry, 10:30 a.m.
Okay, thank you.
Number 89.
Yeah, Ross Sammons, Development Coordination, presenting item number 89, file number VAC-21-11. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning a right-of-way alleyway located south of Oakwood Avenue, north of Ocean View Place, east of the CSX Railroad right-of-way, and west of 20th Street within the plat of Edgewood Park. Ask the clerk to share my screen, please.
Yes, sir. You're doing your presentation, Ross?
Yes.
Okay.
This application was filed with the City of Tampa on 6/21/21. The applicant owns the majority of the lots in the block. The applicant's reason for application is to build continuous security fencing to restrict access and control illegal dumping. There are no current code violations at this parcel. The existing right-of-way is 1,900 square feet. The alley is unimproved grass and does not show any apparent use by abutting owners of those tire tracks. Frontier is within this alley and requires an easement reservation overall. The alley does not continue to the west. The CSX Railroad is west of the block and is not part of the subdivision plat. The alley does continue east of 20th Street. This is the applicant's properties, the alley in question, Railroad and 20th Street. And I'll show you the plat. This is the alleyway in question, part of Edgewater Park plat. This is the alley looking west from 20th Street. Applicant's property looking west from 20th Street. Applicant's property looking south from Oakwood Avenue and looking toward the west end alley. The west end of the alley is inaccessible due to the CSX and fencing. Again, the applicant's property looking north from Ocean View Avenue at the dead end. Again, looking north. Applicant's probably looking west of 20th Street. Staff had no objections to the vacating request based on responses received from the reviewing agencies. If the vacating request is approved by council, an easement is required for Frontier overall. Conditions for natural resources must be included in the approving ordinance. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Dingle, you recognize?
Yes, Ross, one of those pictures showed some bricks in a street on the picture. I assume that's not part of the subject vacated alley, or should I assume that?
Correct. It's not.
That's somewhere. That's something else.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. There's no bricks in this alley.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's Oakwood or Ocean View.
Got it. Got it. We just always want to make sure we keep an eye out for the city's bricks if we do vacate.
Sure.
From the applicant, you sworn in, please?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So you may begin, state your name. You may begin, sir, state your name. You may begin, state your name.
I'm James Catalano, 2119 West Cass Street. I'm the agent for the applicant, JHJM Commercial Building LLC, whose manager, Josh Hutchin, is here with me. We're applying to vacate the alley at 1917 Oakwood Avenue, defined as Block 8, Edgewater Park. I know you have a difficult agenda, so we're going to be brief. Can I go to the overhead?
Yes, sir. Just stick it on, it should be on. CTTV, do we have it,
Yeah,
or?
I'm getting a micro image on my, there we go. Is that, I do have an image on my end. I think it's need to change screens. Thank you.
We have nothing here.
Thank
Okay,
you.
here we have it now, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Edgewater Park subdivision was platted in 1912 by C.R. Knight. It's made up of about 400 single-family lots, 50 by 95, and each of the lots are serviced by a service alley of 10 feet that along the rear property lines. This alley originally was for ice delivery and trash removal. This is that subdivision now. This is Block 8. This is the subject alley. Block 8 is bordered by the CSX right-of-way on the west, the US 41 20th Street right-of-way on the east. This is the port property here, the Gulf Marine Dry Docks, Kinder Morgan pumping fuel oil pumping facilities, and the main entrance to the Port of Tampa. This is a close-up view of just Block 8 with the subject alley and the applicant's property. This is the applicant's property amalgamation. Of the 14 lots in Block 8, the applicant owns 11. This is a cell tower out parcel that does not adjoin the alley, and the applicant has letters of support from these two owners. I'd like to enter those into the official record. The question came up about brick. It is a grassed alley. Ocean View to the south is in fact brick, but now they're doing some work installing a reclaim line there. Although the entire area was originally platted for small single-family homes, it's been rezoned and the future land use has been amended to industrial general. Each of the lots are zoned industrial general, and by comparing the adjacent properties, the IG properties that predominantly service the port, it's apparent that IG requires a little bit of a larger track. So these alleys have been closed to accommodate the IG use. There's larger vehicles, larger turnarounds, larger staging requirement to accommodate IG to service the port. The applicant also wishes to secure his property and posterity from illegal dumping and what have you. Given all this and that there was no public or staff objections, we ask for your vote in favor of vacating the subject alley. We thank you for your time and consideration. The applicant and I are available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Catalano. Any questions for the petitioner? All right, hearing no questions, we'll see if there's anybody in the public wish to speak on the second floor. I don't see anybody poking their head around on the second floor for this item, which is item 89. Anybody online?
No one is registered.
All right, nobody online. We have a motion from Mr. Miranda to close. Second from Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. We'll entertain a motion for number 89. Mr. Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning a right-of-way alleyway located south of Oakwood Avenue, north of Ocean View Place, east of the CSX Railroad right-of-way, and west of 20th Street. Within the plat of Edgewater Park, a subdivision in the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, as more fully described in section 1 hereof, subject to certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions as more particularly set forth herein, and providing an effective date.
Second.
All right, Mr. Maniscalco moved it, Mr. Miranda second, roll call.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira, Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
and Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Okay.
Sorry, second reading and adoption will be held on February 3rd, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Okay.
February 3rd, 9 in the morning.
All right, gentlemen, I've just got a little update.
Thank you, James.
Update from Ms. Edwards, who's been working very graciously
Thank you, James. We're done with you.
downstairs. 91, we have about 10 speakers for that. Actually, in item number 70, we have about 37 speakers. Item 92, we're going to clear it. That's not going to be heard, so we'll just clear it off the calendar.
Move to strike 92.
All right.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
Mr.
All right.
Chairman.
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but with regard to item 70, as Mr. Chairman is aware that the staff has notified us that the police captain has limited availability till 4 o'clock, so I don't know how that factored into what the discussion was. He's here till...
Well, I know that we're right about 2:15 right now.
Yes.
And I believe we might can get 91 out the way before the police captain has to leave at 4, because I know number 70 is going to be pretty intense with that number of speakers. So I would prefer to get 91 out the way, and then we'll go into 70.
Thank you.
Point of order question?
You're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Shelby or Mr. Chairman, with so many people speaking, and we've received lots of emails, et cetera, on this noise ordinance, would it be unreasonable for us or improper for us perhaps to limit the speeches to 2 minutes instead of 3?
We've had this discussion in the past.
Right.
And
I'm not using a blanket statement about every other case or every other anything. I'm just saying on this legislative matter for the noise ordinance, I believe we can do 2 minutes, and I believe it would be better for the general good if we did.
And there is Council, it is council's discretion. The default time is 3 minutes, and I can pull up chapter and verse if you need it, but I do know from my experience that it is council's determination to set the time limits by, if it wishes to waive the rules and set it by motion, because of specific circumstances.
The other thing that leans me this direction, not to belabor it, is there's no petitioner per se, because it's legislative.
Yes.
So it's not like you can say it's fair to one side or unfair to another side. I'm going to move that we limit all speakers to 2 minutes.
Mr. Well, has made a move in reference to item number 70, correct?
7-0, yes.
For 2 minutes, and Mr. Vieira has seconded. All right, let's take a roll call vote on this, because I know may feel a little heat on this item here. So
Predicated, Mr. Chairman, on how many speakers?
I think about 37 speakers for item 70.
Right.
Item 91 has 10.
Okay.
If I
I'm
may-
focused on item 70, and,
Right.
and that's the
7
motion.
registered.
And 7 registered for item 70? Ah, okay, Mr. Vieira?
And if I may, sir, I second that, but with the idea that if someone needs an extra 10, 20, 30 seconds, that may be granted, but again, that does build up and whatnot, but yeah, I second it.
Thank you.
Mr. Shelby, you recognize, Shelby.
And Mr. Vieira, the converse of that is if somebody doesn't need the full 2 minutes and wishes to get their point across, they don't have to, or be repetitive. If they can save time, I'm sure this council would appreciate it, and so would the public. Thank you.
All right, take a roll call vote on that for item 70, please.
Vieira. Yes. Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco. And Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you, council.
All right, so let's go ahead and go to, I think we can get 91 out the way, and then 70 will be the end all with all of our hearings. So item number 91. Open the,
So moved. Over.
Mr. Miranda has moved
91,
it.
yep.
Mr. Miranda has moved item
Second.
number 91, second by Mr. Dingfelder. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. 91. All
Hi,
right,
Eric
staff.
Development Coordination. I would just like to introduce two members that I don't believe have come before City Council before.
Get everybody, well, we're gonna get right sworn in.
Please raise your right hand.
Everybody,
Everyone that's speaking, please raise your right hand.
everyone is speaking.
Do you,
Mr. Knox?
thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. I just want to introduce two members that I don't believe have appeared before City Council before. Jane Nadeau is a planner in our office. She is the new VRB administrator. She'll be handling the appeal today. And Stephen Eister is one of the new forest examiners. Actually, he's not really that new, but he's a new forest examiner. And they're here to present the case. I'm here just in support if needed.
All right.
If I can, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. This being the 1:30 hearing, I don't know whether this covers it, but I want to make sure that any ex parte communications for hearings that have not yet been heard are received and filed and made part of the record. By unanimous consent, Council?
Unanimous consent?
Any objection?
No objections.
Thank you.
All right. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Council. Assistant City Attorney Simone Savino for the record. This item is before you. This item before you is a petition seeking review of a variance review board decision made during its hearing on September 24th, 2021. Earlier today, Council was provided a copy of the procedures for today's hearing, sample motions, and relevant code sections. Pursuant to Section 27-61J2, City Council applies a de novo standard of review. Your decision is not limited to the record created during the VRB hearing. Instead, you will take public testimony, accept new evidence, and make a decision as to whether or not the application meets the hardship criteria in Code Sections 27-284.2.5 and 27-80. The materials attached to the agenda item include a copy of the initial application for variance, the staff report, the VRB's written decision, and public comment received by the VRB. The application filed with the VRB requested two variances: to remove 2 grand trees and reduce minimum retention of trees from proposed development. After considering all the evidence introduced into the record of today's hearing, City Council may affirm the VRB's decision to deny the variances, or Council may overturn the VRB's decision and approve the variances requested, or Council may remand this back to the Variance Review Board. With that, I will turn the presentation over to Jane Nadeau. I'm available to answer any questions.
Any questions? Any questions, gentlemen? All right.
Permission to share my screen?
We see it.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Jane Nadeau with Development Coordination, and I'm here for item 91, case VRB 2197C. This is addressed at 2808 West Gandhi Boulevard. The petitioner is Matt Bentley. The property owner is Kojak's Holding Company. This property is zoned CG, and the variance request is to remove 2 grand trees, and the purpose is for development of single-family attached dwelling units. The code requirement that is under review is section 27-284.2.5, the permits for the removal of a grand tree. In its determination, the Variance Review Board considered section 27-284.2.5 in its decision, and section 27-80, the criteria for approving a variance request. One of the sections, section A, does state that the proposed building or the proposed structure has to meet the principal structure setbacks, and protect the trees. And also section C does say that they need to provide alternative site plans that show that they're looking at alternatives to preserve those trees for removal. Section 27-80 also alludes to the criteria for approving that variance request. Now, the applicant came before the Variance Review Board on September 14, 2021, and after testimony, the board decided to deny the request with a vote of 4-3. At this point, staff would like to also put on record that the applicant has applied for a design exception 1, and that was to change the orientation of the front doors, not to face the right-of-way, but instead to face an interior court. They also applied for a special use application, and that was for the single-family attached units, 21 single fee simple townhomes. That was denied, and they have reapplied again for the special use, and they also have a rezoning that is pending as well. This is an aerial showing the subject property. It's an interior lot in the South Tampere Planning District area. Like we said, it's zone CG. The CG zoning requires that they meet the RM24 standards for anything that's residential. This is a site plan that the applicant provided with the variance review application. It is showing those 3 rows of townhomes, 7 units per row. And this is a close-up of that same plan. And this is the plan that is shown with the trees taken out. The applicant did go ahead to provide 2 alternative site plans showing how they could potentially preserve those two trees that they were requesting to take out. This is one of the alternative site plans that they have provided. And this is the second site plan that they provided showing how they would potentially save those 2 trees. At this point, staff is available for any questions that the council might have.
Ms. Dingfelder, you recognize?
Thank you. Is it pronounced Madu?
Correct.
Okay, Ms. Madu, can you go back 3 slides? All right.
This one?
Correct. So do you have a pointer or anything that can, okay. So generally speaking, where are the trunks of the two trees, unless you have a better drawing?
I don't have a better drawing, but they are somewhere around this. They're kind of under here.
Okay.
One is here, and it's a bit hard to see where the other is, but they are within this region.
Okay, so that would be the the west, sort of the west side?
Correct.
Okay. And this drawing here is the desired development that the petitioner has proposed?
Correct.
And how many units is that?
21 units.
21?
Correct.
Okay. And then the next slide. Now, who submitted this slide?
The applicant?
Okay. And how many units is this?
10. They have 10 units on this.
All right. And then the next slide. And again, this came from the applicant.
This came from the applicant.
And how many units here?
They have 7 units, I believe, on this one.
I'm sorry?
7 units?
It looks like 6. Is there 6 blue and 3?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I apologize. They have 9 units on this one.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions for the lady? All right, anyone else from staff on this item? All right, guess we'll hear from the applicant. Mr. Bentley? Okay. Oh, okay, all right. All right, we swear the applicants in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do,
Thank
yes.
you.
Yes, Chairman, members, City Council, this is Scott Steady with the law firm of Burr and Foreman, Suite 3200, 1 Tampa City Center. I have with me today Michael Minsberg, who is with the development group that's going to speak and present and talk a little more in detail, Councilman Dingfelder, on some of the questions you asked. I also have Mark Hughes, who's our arborist that can answer some questions. We do have a PowerPoint. Is the PowerPoint available? I'd like to go to page 1 of the PowerPoint. I'm told that the PowerPoint would be available. Is it showing? If not, we brought some.
Madam Clerk, we have his PowerPoint.
Well, if not,
CCTV?
I believe we have some.
All right, we have
okay,
it
here
coming
we
up.
go. So we'll run right along. I know you have a busy.
You got it up, sir.
We can see it.
Right. Thank you very much. So with that, one comment. I'm replacing today Mark Bentley, a friend of mine. He couldn't make the hearing, so I'm filling in for him today. I was going to ask for a couple additional minutes, but I knew you're busy, so we're going to try to stay on our 15 minutes that are available. If I could have the second slide, please. So as the staff commented, we are here on an appeal from the VRB board, denial of 2 of the 3 grand trees. We are retaining 1 of the grand trees. The VRB did vote 4-3. It was a close vote. Again, could I have the second slide, please, whenever? There we go. Thank you. I note that there were no other tree variances, and we are retaining 50% of the remaining trees as required by the code. Talking about Kojaks for a minute, I think everyone's pretty familiar with it, but just in case, it was a repurposed residential structure built in approximately 1927. And as far as I can tell, nothing's changed since then. Went out this morning to identify modern infrastructure, and the reality is there is no infrastructure. There's no drainage facilities, no sidewalks, no parking, no lighting, no landscape. Basically, if this property had been developed in the middle of the last century even, or towards the end, I doubt these 2 trees would even be there today. They're right in the middle of the project. But be that as it may, we recognize that we have to go through this process to show the City Council why it's reasonable to remove 2 out of the 3 grand trees. The current tree code seeks to find a balance between preserving the trees with a reasonable use of the land, and at the same time, I believe council should also consider the impact of the underutilization of the diminishing available developable land within the urban area. We do recognize the current high level of development that's occurring, and the fact is, based on that recent state legislation a few years ago, we are losing trees in South Tampa and around Florida, around Florida, because residential property owners have the right, basically, with the approval of an arborist, to remove trees. But unlike the state statute, we're basically which allows the arborist to make the determination, we are here to seek your approval to balance the various interests based on the particular facts pertaining to this property. And I also note, recently in the paper, that currently there's the required 5-year update on the canopy, 5-year canopy. And I know that's a concern for City Council. But I do note, as I recall, there was a City Council member that commented that during these various processes, zonings, that the City Council needs to pay attention to this issue, but also commented you need to look on a case-by-case basis. And we certainly want your attention, and we appreciate it, but we also feel that we meet that requirement that in this particular circumstances, the 2 grand trees should be removed to provide for the reasonable development of the property. The property is zoned CMU 35, CG zoning. Again, this provides for significant density along a major arterial along Gandy. This is where development should occur. We also recognize the pressures from the multifamily projects that are being done south of Gandy and along West Shore, but the scale of this project is far smaller and appropriate for the location on a major east-west arterial. So the plan that we are proposing provides the property owner with a reasonable use of land, preserves a significant amount of trees, both now and in the future, will be seen as having a reasonable density that does not underutilize the available developable land for creating sustainable housing stock in the urban area. So with that, could we move to page 3, please, the next page. So here's a couple of points. Again, I told you that Michael's going to come up and really focus on the plans and why the alternative doesn't work, but I want to touch upon a couple of issues. One, a code provision here states that the variances for tree removal shall be approved when a hardship restricts reasonable redesign. Mike will come up and demonstrate a little more detail of those plans. And I point out that, again, I think staff brought this up, but the density of residential that could be on this property is 36. We are proposing 21, and you'll see a plan today. We actually tried to put more units with smaller units to 13. So it's up from what I believe was 11 to 13, but even that is not reasonable and doesn't really make economic sense, and it does not utilize the property. But that still only provides for 36% of the entitled density. And more importantly, we're going to show a plan. If it's not residential, what about commercial? And a commercial layout on this property would also require the grand tree removal, which we will show. And so finally, if I could go to the next page, please. And this, I'm just going to briefly discuss the arborist report. The 2 grand trees, I'm sure if you've been there, you would know that there's been parking right up to the base of the trees. In fact, the biggest tree that's right next to the current structure is undermining the foundation of the structure. And had the structure been allowed, if the structure remained for 2 more years under the city's code, that tree could be removed currently. Now, we're not doing that. I'm just simply pointing out that one of those trees already could have been removed during Kojaks and would have been removed had they remained. So a couple of points, and I just point out, and I'll finish up and have Michael come up, is as it observes, the arborists have observed, or our arborists, that the trees are in poor condition. As expected, the highly compacted root zone for years of vehicle traffic and aggregate compaction, which is causing problems with the trees. That's why they're in poor shape. Obvious lack of recent growth that is evident with thinning canopy, lack of recent shoot growth, and thinning, flaking bark. A couple other points, and then again I'll turn it over to Michael, because I definitely want us to have time to talk about the alternative and why this plan makes sense. A couple other comments the arborist made. The trees are in decline. from the surrounding and continued urban impacts and will continue to do so if left untreated. And another one, further, the arborist recommends removal because they do not believe they will survive redevelopment in any case due to the urban impacts occurring long before the developer. Those impacts are basically cars, pruning that wasn't done properly. And so with that, if I could have you scroll to the next 5, 6, if we could go 2 more, please. If we could go 2 more pages. In any event, when we get there, the point of this is that initially when the staff
Do you want them to advance the slides?
I can't advance it, only they can.
No, that's what I'm saying. Do you want them to advance it?
Yes, 2, please, to move forward 2. Thank you, Councilman. 2, advance it 2. Okay, one more, there we go. Okay, and then I'll have Michael come up and we can start getting into the plans. Just point out that the 2 arborists we had, which are approved with the city, concluded that they're in poor condition. And the initial staff report that was produced provided that our request was consistent. Now, we're not denying that staff can change their mind and revise it, and that's what they did. But I think this finding initially at least suggests that our request isn't unreasonable and is certainly rational. And with that, I'd like Michael to come up.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Minsberg. I'm the principal at Site Development.
Mr. Minsberg, could you speak up or closer to the mic, please?
Sorry. Could I get the next slide, please, also? Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Minsberg. I'm the principal at Site Development. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here today with you and have this important conversation. What you'll see up on the slide is that we're showing that today what I'm going to show you is that there is no reasonable use of this property that does not require grand tree removal. And per the code, we meet the requirements for variance approval. What you see on the slide are the 3 most comparable multifamily sites, all within 1 block of the subject property, all on Gandy Boulevard. If you could go to the next slide, please. All of those sites are about an acre, zoned commercial general, all have the same zoning, they all have a multifamily use, and they all have been developed to 20 units per acre. So I think they're all the same size, same use, and even on the same block. I think it's reasonable to believe that we should have the same property rights. Next slide, please. City staff asked us to show an alternative site plan. You all saw one earlier that we had submitted back in the beginning of the variance request. Since then, to meet other requirements and have 50% tree retention on the property, we've reduced the actual sizes of the units. So we were able to get from 10 to potentially 13 units on this site. Mr. Dingfelder asked earlier where those grand trees were on the site. You'll see them outlined in pink circles, so that should answer that.
Thank you, sir.
The one in the bottom right corner is the grand tree that we will be retaining. With this would require an 8-unit reduction, which is 38% reduction and 36% of the allowable density. I think that alone is clearly unreasonable, but if you could please go to the next slide. I think this is the most important part of our presentation. Developing urban sites are always difficult and have their challenges. What you'll see here, I've highlighted in red 2 units that I frankly do not believe would be approved. We wanted to have an honest representation in front of you. So you'll see a squirrely road going through those 2 grand trees. That road, what it symbolizes is a emergency vehicle stabilized access road. Fire marshal will not needs a way for the fire truck to get out or turn around. They won't back up. From my experience on this site specifically, they even made me increase my drive aisles from 22 to 24 feet. That aisle going through that trees is nowhere close to 24. It's probably more like 16 feet. That's a non-waivable variance because it's a life safety issue. So even if the fire marshal, and from my experience, and as they should be, the fire marshal is not very lenient when it comes to life safety issues, but even if they did approve that, we would have to then get natural resources to approve that road going through there. And that stabilized access road would cause further harm to those trees. As you can see, if they're within the tree radius. So I think a more honest representation is that we'd honestly only have 11 trees, and we would be reduced to 47% of what our neighbors have been allowed to do at 20 units per acre. Sorry, 11 units. Thank you. Next slide, please. I do think that some of the reason for public has pushed back on this is, I think proving the tree hardship reduces reasonable multifamily development should be enough, but I believe public opposition is due to a losing restaurant. And even though that should have no bearing on the variance approval, I'm going to compare the subject property to the closest, most comparable retail property. To prove reasonable redevelopment would require grand tree removal. The site that I'm comparing it to is 2908 Gandhi, which is just 1 block away. Again, I'm trying to use very, very close proximity examples. All are on the same street. If you could go to the next slide, please. The comparable property is 0.62 acres and has 8,554 square feet of building in the same zoning. That's a 0.31 FAR. We've done a comparison with a 0.21 FAR. So we're developing to about 2/3 of the density they are and 21% of the allowable density on the site, which is 45,780 square feet of commercial. This example would not only require a tree variance as well, it would also require a parking waiver and would receive even more opposition because we would be required 60 to 80 parking spots, and this only has 60. Next slides, please. All right, that shows that. Next slide, please. Further, retaining the existing structure would also result in a grand tree removal. I believe, again, there's been opposition because of how well-known Kojaks is. Kojaks was around for 40+ years, had a lot of grandfather exceptions that allowed these trees to grow without having to worry about parking lots, pedestrian right-of-way, ADA access, or even a sidewalk along the street. We submitted into evidence a letter from Kojak stating that it was not economically feasible to bring the property up to code, which included removal of the grand trees, causing structural damage and pedestrian.
30 more seconds, sir.
Could I request more time just because of the slide issues slowing us down? Not be able to click it myself.
I'll give you 1 more minute, sir. We have a tight schedule. I'll give you 1 more minute.
Okay. If that structure was retained, we would also need to remove these because they're hazardous to the structure. Next slide, please. With knowledge of this condition, I don't think that anyone would want to sit under those trees anymore and eat lunch there. Next slide, please. Next slide. Code states a variance shall be approved when hardship restricts reasonable development. I have proven that there is no reasonable use for this property, which will not restrict reasonable development for any allowable use. I've lived in Tampa for 20 years, graduated from USF, and have been developing real estate in Tampa for 15 years. Site Development is a locally owned boutique development firm. I'm typically in front of City Council twice a year for approvals. I love Tampa. I'm proud of the urban infill projects we have done, which include significant historic preservation. I have heard the opposition. They are mad about the legal removal of trees at the notorious Gandhi Trailer Park and Georgetown property, along with the removal of trees based on the state law superseding the city
Thank you,
code.
sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I have several points of, Simone Savino with the City Attorney's Office. I have several points of clarification I just wanted to bring forward to council very quickly.
You may.
I just want to mention firstly that there was a slide set forth in that presentation that mentioned multifamily. The SU1 application that was previously submitted was for a single family. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Those are not the same. Additionally, Stephen Eister from Natural Resources is available to address the staff reports. I'd like him to go forward and do so. And lastly, I just wanted to mention to you that the hardship criteria in sections 27, 284.2.5, and 27-80 is what should be the basis of this decision. And that is included right before you. That's in your packets right before you. And with that, I'd like to just turn it over to Mr. Stephen Eister of Natural Resources very quickly.
Hello, this is Stephen with Natural Resources. Can you guys all hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
All right. So kind of just going over some of their comments they made real quick. When you do grand tree removal on commercial properties, you have to put all the mitigation back on site, which they cannot via their plans. Also, when you do a townhome project like this, each townhome requires 350 square feet of green space. And if you look at their initial plan, they have 21 units, times that by 350. They're going to be required a lot more green space than they're currently providing. Secondly, they're talking about tree retention. If you look at their plan where they're claiming they have 50% retention, those are trees within sidewalks and with other improvements. After I did the math and what's on my staff report is they're currently at 27%, and they would have to increase that to 50 and increase their green space. So both of those, compared to their 21 unit plan, would not meet standards of Natural Resources and require various waivers or additional variances. I just wanted to bring that to your guys' attention as well.
Mr. Dingfellow, you recognized.
Thank you, Stephen. You're a licensed arborist?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're with the city of Tampa, just for the record, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The testimony we've heard so far from the petitioner indicates that the condition that they established from their arborists was, quote, poor and C7 and C8. Do you have a report on the condition of these two trees?
Yes, so there has been numerous reports.
If you could speak up a little louder, I'm sorry.
There has been numerous reports from the city on this site. This is not a new site. This is not the first time we've looked at these trees. These trees were rated C7 and better. C7 is preservation quality, which is what they showed in their presentation as well. When we met out on site, the big question was target. Well, currently there is no target, so that automatically drops the ratings down to even below what they're showing. Because that was kind of the big discrepancy that was made.
Okay, so having eaten there numerous times, I'm familiar with the tree. I think there is some asphalt around it, and that there has been in the past. But as an arborist, is there an opportunity? Let's say they went with the site plan with 13 units. Is there an opportunity to remove the asphalt, to provide nutrition or whatever a tree needs to increase its health and rejuvenate the tree?
Yeah, there's multiple different methods depending on how the arborist prefers to do it. There's removal, and there like air spading to re-aerate the soil. You can do something called radial trenching, where you put in fertilizer into the ground with different other organics to help revitalize trees. So they have multiple options when it comes to that route.
Okay.
It's not a single scrape it and get rid of them kind of thing.
All right, let's talk about the, quote, fire road that I think is along the west side. Is that within the protected radius of those two trees, or either one of those trees?
I think it goes between the two trees, but a stabilized road can be pervious, which will allow water and things like that still to get through the road into the trees. And hopefully it never needs to be used. So hopefully we never have to worry about the compaction from repeated traffic like they have now.
Okay.
Or had
so,
before when Kojak was open.
So if they had a fire road, it would be of such a temporary and nature and a transient nature that they wouldn't have to build it to normal standards. They could use pervious pavers and that sort of thing. Okay.
Correct.
All right. I had a couple more questions, but if anybody else had another question, I'll come back since it looks like I'm chairing this second.
Yeah,
Mr. Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Dingfellow, Chairman Dingfellow. Sir, you're an expert, I'm not. In your opinion, you stated your opinion in various areas. Do you tell me in a roundabout number how old are these trees and what's the life expectancy of these trees?
So I can't, trees in Florida all grow at different rates, so it's really hard to age them. The life expectancy though on these trees are 300 to 500 years longer. There's trees in the Hillsborough County area that are well beyond 500 years. So they do get a long life. They are the most resilient trees we have here. As you can see, they've been parked under since forever with Kojaks, and they're still that size and
I'm glad you said that.
brand of a tree.
Palm trees don't look too good here in Florida. They don't last too long anymore, so maybe we'll plant a lot more of these trees. Thank you.
Just for the record, sir, when you say these trees, you're talking about what species?
The 2 grand live oaks that are in question today.
Okay.
And live oaks in general.
All right. Gentlemen, any other questions for this staff member or any other staff person? Any questions for the petitioner? Okay. I had 1 or 2 questions for the petitioner, perhaps Mr. Minsberg.
Yes.
Michael, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So we don't have any testimony on the fire road really, so it's a little bit hard to quote eliminate those 2 units. But I think if we didn't eliminate the 2 units, you're talking about the first picture we saw, which was 21 units to 13 units, correct?
Correct.
And it's your testimony that that's an unreasonable reduction?
Correct.
And that you have no reasonable use, beneficial use if you're stuck with 13?
Correct.
Okay. I've noticed, for example, on Davis Island, and I think it was commercial property on Davis Boulevard, some multifamily projects, apartment projects, or I don't know what they are. I don't know if they're apartments or condominiums or what have you. You've got sort of a traditional townhome project proposed on this parcel, but I think that commercial allows for a certain height, Mr. Steady, perhaps staff 45 feet perhaps, and you know, if you can get up to a little bit more height, why not just have a second floor or a third floor or whatever and squish those 21 units further to the east at a higher opportunity?
We are 3 stories on site right now, and we wouldn't be able to go any higher. Could not add an additional floor.
You're 3 stories with the townhomes?
Correct.
At what? How many feet?
They are they're at 38 feet before the parapet wall.
Okay. So did you explore what I was talking about as an alternative?
Yeah, we could not add an additional floor, and because then you got to remember the whole building has to be elevated to make room for parking underneath.
Right, parking on the first floor and
exactly. So all your parking would slide underneath, and then you would have to have, to get that additional density, still 4 stories of living space.
Isn't it possible to seek a PD on this property? You've got a very high land use category of CMU 35, I believe Mr. Steady testified to.
Yeah.
So if with the CMU 35, you've got a lot of opportunity for
Excuse me?
as you indicated,
sorry.
greater density up to 36 units.
Somebody talking?
Yes, staff would like to make a correction regarding the height of the structure. He says that he's capped at 30 feet.
No, I didn't say it's
However,
capped
he-
at 30 feet. I said it's
Oh.
38, the structure is 38 feet now.
Okay.
What's the height limitation for CG, ma'am?
For CG, it's 45, but when you're coming in for residential in CG, you can go up to 60. However, for every height above 30 feet, you have to increase the required yard setbacks by 1 foot. So there is potential for him to go higher. He just has to meet the setback requirements.
Right, the infamous wedding cake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, so to answer your question, of course, we could apply for a PD and go, further setback, 60 feet. I think we would run out of room, frankly, again, to have the fire truck access, dumpster access, all the parking requirements. Our goal here was to present a development that was most like the other developments around it. And I used the word multifamily. Several of those developments I pointed out are also fee simple attached townhomes, like I presented. It's just known as multifamily.
Yes, sir. I had one other question for Mr. Steady.
Yep.
And then I'm done, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Councilman.
Good afternoon, Scott. When you speak to no other variances sought, we heard, I believe, Ms. Madu's testimony at the beginning that your clients are coming in for design exception, at least one, that sort of thing. So I don't want anybody, I know nobody in front of me is trying to mislead anybody. I'm not saying that, but I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. It might not be a variance through the variance board, but a design exception is sort of a staff variance.
Yeah, Councilman, if you don't mind, Michael can clarify the issue.
Okay, I'm sorry, Scott.
No, that's fine, but he has the history of this better than I do.
I know you're just subbing in today. We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. So we did apply for a design exception, which has already been approved administratively, and that just had to do with the orientation of the units. I mean, it's a regularly approved. We are only applying for one variance. Staff has not reviewed our latest site plan, because when we submitted for the special SU1, they said they would not review it until after this variance review board. Within that, we've met all the other requirements for green space and 50% tree retention. So what staff has said earlier is not accurate of our most recent site plan.
Thank you, Mr. Minsberg. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any other questions for the applicant? All right, we'll go ahead and move.
Chair,
Yes?
if I may, I just wanted to clarify that last point there. So there is an SU1 pending currently. It's not approved. I just wanted to put that out there. So as far as retention goes, that has not been approved.
Thank you.
And Jane Madu, Development Coordination, I would like to add that for the new application for the SU1, they're still requesting for the 21 units that they had requested for previously that was denied.
Thank you. Mr. Carlson, you recognize, sir?
Yeah, I just want to state that, not related to the applicant directly, but my house where I live is one street away, and I was not in the notice area. I'm way more than 250 feet away. I just wanted, for the record, to say I've spoken to Marty. I've also spoken to the legal department, and there's no legal requirement for me to recuse myself. And Gandy is a world away from the street that I live on, so I feel like I'm completely impartial. It has no bearing on my decision. Marty, do you want to ask me anything else?
No, just that you do state for the record that you can be fair and impartial and base your decision on the competent substantial evidence that you're going to be receiving.
Yes, I'll be fair and impartial and base my decision on competent substantial evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, anyone on the second floor to speak on this item?
Yeah, we have a few coming.
Okay?
Sure, sure. She's gonna wipe down the mic in the area. I'm not sure if that's what we're gonna try.
Anyone want to speak on this item, item number 91, the second floor? You sworn in, sir?
This now is.
Good afternoon.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Whitmore. I live at 3111 Hawthorne Road in Tampa. I'm the executive director of City Tree, a citizens action group. I'd like to begin by thanking you for your time. The very fact that we are doing this is a real credit to our city, and I was very encouraged by some of the discussion that I heard and some of the questions that were asked. But the real question is, why are we really here today? I mean, really? Why did people take the day off, burn a vacation day, and frankly put their lives at risk in the midst of a pandemic? Why did I personally wade into this room of developers and lawyers who would frankly rather see me drop dead in front of this podium before I say another word? For a couple trees? Hardly. No, ladies and gentlemen, this is the tree ordinance Alamo. A last stand of sorts, because this is about more than a couple trees. Because if these trees go, the conservation community should just throw up their hands and surrender Tampa. Surrender one of the only urban forests to rich white men building big houses for rich white men. Surrender the most forested city on the planet, according to The Guardian, to those who would gladly see it paved over for cash. Because if these trees go, we are saying that live oaks are protected unless, of course, someone wants to build on the land. The developer knew exactly what they were buying, and they assumed they could roll over the VRB and, need be, the city council. That they could commit to mitigation that never happens, or contribute to a mythical tree fund that doesn't plant trees, or submit reports from arborists on their payroll. Gentlemen, they believe they can play you, and in doing so, play the residents of this city. Live oaks are a treasure for all the citizens of Tampa, and we need you, our elected officials, our community representatives, to stand up and protect these treasures. I will end with this thought. Anyone who ever ate, and now Mrs. Kojaks would agree, that was reasonable use. Another massive apartment complex may not be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Hi, there's 4 of us who can speak for 3 minutes, or you can let me speak for 6 because I can knock it out more quickly. Up to you.
So, that's fine.
Do you need their names?
Yes.
Yep.
Just your name for the record.
Michael Fanning.
That's all.
Diane Ziegler.
Thank you.
Rick Kugler.
Thank you. All right, swear Miss Carol Ann Bennett in.
Hi, my name is Carol Ann Bennett. I'm a
Ms.
life.
Bennett, have you been sworn in?
Oh, no, I have not.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Carol Ann Bennett. I'm a lifelong resident of Tampa. I'd like to point out, and you can verify this with staff, but the only site plan that they have in front of them is going to require multiple waivers or variances. They do not meet the green space. They do not meet the mitigation, they don't meet the tree retention. So even if you knock these trees down, there's still not enough room for 21 townhomes. Basically, they want to take a size D breast and put it in a AA cup.
That's a first, Carol Ann, thank you.
That's my baller.
The 2016 tree report found a decrease in Tampa's trees. The next report will show even greater loss. Some people make fun of tree huggers and say we're impractical and we ignore the hard work of running a successful city. Well, I say with cold, calculating avarice, if you want more money, get more trees. If you want less money, cut them down. The 2016 report stated Tampa's trees save about $139 million a year. The cost of that tree loss is $2.8 million a year. Every year, think about it. That's almost $3 million of free money we are losing every year. The next report will probably double that amount. The urban forest provides countless benefits that have a positive impact on human health and welfare. Many benefits, like avoided runoff, depend on leaf area. Oak trees account for 27% of our leaf area. Tampa has a young forest. 70% of its trees are small. It should only be 25%. The study specifically cited tree removals due to development for this imbalance. We cannot afford to lose any of our large trees. Most of a tree's benefits are not achieved until it is mature. If you remove mature oaks, you take away the stormwater buffer for that neighborhood, and it is going to flood. And you have changed the character of that neighborhood forever. Live oaks live for centuries. The people in this room will not live long enough to see the benefits of the trees we plant today. We must play the long game. We must not be seduced by short-term temptations. An appropriate plan would provide space and aeration for these trees. This has been done many times to preserve grand trees on development projects. With a reasonable design and remedial action, these trees will reverse course and get better. Numerous developers have done this. There are 14 citations in the comp plan that prohibit this variance. You have copies of them in green. This is competent and substantial evidence. I'll just read the highlights. ENV policy 2.1.3. All development within the 100-year floodplain should be in strict conformance with development regulations. This property is in the 100-year floodplain, and the tree code is a development regulation. ENV 2.1, development must be compatible with the physical conditions of the land. NE policy 1.3.5, neighborhood assets such as trees identify the neighborhood and contribute to the well-being of the people who live there, and they must be enhanced. ENV policy 1.27, protect and enhance the tree canopy. 1.27.2, maintain and expand the urban forests. ENV policy 1.27.5 and ROS policy 1.3.3. Promote the city's tree ordinance and support tree preservation with minimal impact to the existing resources. ENV policy 1.28, maximize the retention and enhancement of the city's mature shade trees for the environmental value and for the contribution to quality of life. 1.28.1, maintain and increase environmentally beneficial plant life. 1.28.2, increase tree cover in areas of vehicular use where the urban heat island effect could be mitigated by trees. ROS policy 1.1.6, ensure that open space is a component of private development as it contributes to the quality of life for residents and creates space for the planting of trees that can grow to their mature size and increase the overall tree canopy coverage for the city. 1.3, mature tree canopy is a vital community and environmental asset that is desired by residents. The protection of this tree canopy is a necessity to sustain the resource and maintain the environmental benefits, such as cooler temperatures, that the mature canopy provides. 1.3.2, retain optimum tree cover in Tampa. LU policy 9.3.9, ensure high-quality design by enhancing natural characteristics such as shade trees to strengthen neighborhood connections and reinforce Tampa's unifying design features. In closing, I'd like to say that the two alternate plans they've submitted me reminds me of when my kids didn't want to do something. They do a lousy job and throw up their hands and say, "That's the best I could do." I do not believe these alternate plans represent a good faith effort. I am confident they can design a project with more than 10 units, and if they can't, it's their own fault for speculating on a land deal. They chose to gamble with their money. Nobody made them buy this. If you need to carry a gallon of water, you don't buy a quart container, and I don't buy AA bras. Please uphold the city staff report and the ruling of the VRB. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this item? Item number 91 on the second floor. Anyone to speak on item number 91 on the second floor?
Yes.
All right, if you put your right hand up and be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
You may begin, ma'am.
All right. My name is Dana Gordon. I live at 3019 North Adams Street in Ballast Point. I did want to also mention that I am the president of the Ballast Point Neighborhood Association. And to that end, I did want to bring up some relevant excerpts from the Ballast Point Comprehensive Plan. The plan itself is 11 pages, and in the consideration of time, I just wanted to call out a few relevant excerpts. The entire document is listed at the City of Tampa website. The source document URL is listed at the top of the page that has been handed out to you for reference. So, as Section 1, the introduction states, Ballast Point is a unique neighborhood in the City of Tampa thanks to a number of characteristics, one being a large number of mature trees, particularly grand oaks. Our vision is a neighborhood that changes over time, but that maintains and builds upon its individuality rather than becoming a homogeneous replica of other parts of the city. To this end, we see a community where trees are jealously guarded and carefully protected by law. Section 2 are specifics on the neighborhood comp plan. The intent of this plan is to maintain and enhance an excellent quality of life in the Ballast Point neighborhood, characterized by a calm and pastoral ambiance, and supported by the following items. Number 1 being a low-density, low-rise residential land use. Number 2, appropriately placed and appropriately scaled commercial development as necessary to support the neighborhood. And most importantly, number 3, a significant canopy of trees. Section 3 is in regard to land use, specifically effective government support and cooperation, the goal of which is effective, predictable, and fair enforcement of ordinances and rules in the consideration of permitting, zoning, land use, variances, and other neighborhood issues that arise from time to time. This is a summary of what I'm asking you today. The other item I wanted to reiterate is an excerpt from a letter previously submitted to TCC in regards to this case by Shoan McGowan and Jenny Roney of the Bayshore Carriage Homes HOA Board of Directors. I quote, "Our experience being a community located next to the Shore House construction project has ranged from a constant disruption and eyesore to massive property damage and structural proximity violation. We are under a significant amount of property damage, quoted for repair at over $30,000 and counting. PCG should not be allowed to continue any additional construction in Tampa or anywhere else until they fix current situations, pay for damage, and stay in compliance with the City of Tampa building rules, regulations, and permits," end quote. To my knowledge, these ongoing issues have not been addressed or corrected. I ask today that you uphold the city ordinances that protect the grand oaks at the Kojak's property. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, just point of order.
You recognized.
Thank you. To the legal department, you guys still hanging in there?
Yes.
We were just handed 3 green, appropriately green pages of documents. I assume that they came from this young lady, Ballast Point president. She made reference to Ballast Point Comprehensive Plan. I think I'm familiar with what she's referring to, but I think we need probably some clarification for the record of the legal status of the what she's referring to as the Ballast Point Comprehensive Plan. That might be before your time to these two particular attorneys. I'm not sure, but if Ms. Kate Wells or somebody else is listening in and they could help, that'd be fine.
No, sorry, I'm here and I can refer you back, but the relevant code sections are the hardship criteria code sections.
I'm having trouble hearing you. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Sure.
The relevant code sections are the hardship criteria code sections, which are before you. It's the 27-284.2.5 and the 27-80. And they reference the Tampa comprehensive plan. That's what's relevant.
Okay. There is a legal status, I believe, to the Ballast Point, what's referred to as the Ballast Point Comprehensive Plan, because they went through a process with the City Council and with the Planning Commission many years ago to somehow include parts of these documents within the city's comprehensive plan. But you don't have to do it right this second, but circle back to us before we wrap this up and maybe talk to Ms. Grimes or Ms. Wells about it. So that way, this is an important matter that we should have a clear record. There's Ms. Johnson-Velez as well. Thank you.
We'll take a look into that. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else on the second? Sorry.
Sorry, Chair, I see Eric Cotton has appeared. He might have some weigh-in.
Mr. Cotton?
Good morning, afternoon, Council. Eric Cotton, Development Coordination. I don't know what documents were submitted, but in the adopted comprehensive plan, the 2040 plan, there's neighborhood plans set forth in that, including one for Ballast Point. And that might be what's being referenced in the documentation that you've received.
And Eric, that's correct. At the top, it says the source is Ballast Point Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan. So it does make reference to the neighborhood plan, which I believe is somehow or another incorporated within the city's comprehensive plan. But go ahead.
Yes, sir. No, I was just tuning in, listening to the discussion, and it is in the adopted comprehensive plan. There is some language regarding Ballast Point specifically for core goals for traditional neighborhood plans. Again, as Ms. Savino said, this is actually a request for tree removal. If this was, I think, a planned development project and it was going before council as a PD, the discussion would maybe be more relevant to the comprehensive plan issues. But specifically for tree removal, I'm not sure how much that would work into the overall discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Anyone else on the second floor speak on this item?
Yes.
All right, you can raise your right hand, be sworn in, ma'am.
I have been sworn in.
All right.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Pamela Jackson-Haney, and I have lived in South Tampa for 27 years. I'm here to ask you to save the grand trees on this very unique and beautiful property. The developer acquired this property knowing full well that it held majestic grand trees that are protected by law, and yet the developer, citing hardships, seeks to destroy them. This seemingly insignificant procedure of getting rid of a couple more grand trees in the name of progress is no longer insignificant and needs to stop. This developer can develop an alternate plan that would save the trees as shown. Now more than ever, we need to save these grand trees to benefit our environment because we are losing them at a rapid pace. Surprisingly, these grand trees now only make up less than 1% of our city's tree canopy. It is scientifically proven that large old trees provide the most benefit to our environment. They store and sequester significant amounts of carbon. Researchers use leaf area measurements to estimate the benefits provided by individual trees in an urban forest. The developer hired 2 arborists. One of the reports is quite biased, with the arborist giving opinions on the planning aspects of the site as opposed to how to preserve the trees, with statements like, due to impending construction and no reasonable reconfiguration or reasonable design, and also stating that no mitigation would be required. This report should be completely discounted. The developer's second arborist, it should be noted, calls these grand trees moderate risk as opposed to high risk, which means they can be salvaged with proper care. This is good news. This would require a revised plan by the developer that provides needed space and remedial action or aeration to assist with the compacted roots. This type of remediation has been done many times before with grand trees on development projects with great success. The requirement for this lot is to save 50% of the trees. The developer's saying 48 to 49. The city is saying only 27% would remain. They have agreed, as far as I know, to keep one of the trees in the back southeast corner, but I'm curious about what code enforcement is in place to make sure that that becomes a reality and this one tree would be saved, because a lot of the other trees that are on the property are in the sidewalks, and those were, he said, are going to be saved, and I don't really feel that those should be counted. By the way, there is a development further down Gandy called Los Campos Place, and that they did this development with several townhomes that did keep their trees, so I wanted to point that out. So in closing, I just want to say there are no hardships here. There is a lot closing behind me this week for $1 million to put one home on, one. And the Kojak's lot sold for $2 million for a proposed 21 homes. 21 homes for $2 million. He says it's going to be a hardship to put 9, 10, or even 13. I find that really hard to believe. The law clearly states that a practical difficulty shall not justify a variance, and I feel that's why the VRB said no. That's why the city arborists are saying no. I hope you say no as well. And I'm also asking that you call for a reasonable redesign, which can be done. This developer will still make a hefty profit, and the community will be better off for their efforts. Maybe make them bigger homes in a lovely tree-covered setting with appropriate green space, as our code demands. We all know they will sell for a lot of money and could be a shining example to all developers on how to build thoughtfully instead of carelessly. Thank you.
All right, anyone else speak on this item? Anyone else speak on this item? Anyone else for item 91? All right, anybody? All right, anyone on the register?
Yes, we have 3 people online registered to speak, and they are coming up on the screen now. We
Bring
have
them up, get them
Lorraine,
sworn in.
Stephanie Parner, all right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right, we'll go with Stephanie Porter first.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. The first tree inspection for this lot, according to Acela, was in February. Pre-permits were requested in April before they closed on the property. No surprises when they closed at the end of April, and they need permission to remove the trees. That sounds really easy. But they went to city staff and they said no. City staff is just like mom. You know what? If mom says no, we'll go to dad. Well, they went to the VRB. The VRB was dad. Dad said no. Oh my goodness. So we got 2 no's. Well, here we are. We're talking to Grandpa. I hope Charlie will listen. Kidding. Important considerations for the Tampa City Council on this one. Hardship. There's no hardship. The trees didn't just appear at closing. This is self-created problem. They could design around the trees, and they refused to do so. The variance cannot interfere with the health, safety, and welfare of others. The tree study shows that these grand oaks prevent flooding. If you grant this variance, you will increase flooding and stormwater runoff. The variance serves as a general intent and purpose of the comp plan. We have submitted that the variance violates the 14 sections of the comp plan. Allowing this variance will allow the substantial injustice, never mind. Okay, just an additional thought for you guys. I went into Acela, and the following have been filed by this developer. A design exception in June. The answer was no. A special use And the answer was no in September. Now there's a rezoning filed in October. Oh, by the way, there's another special use that was filed in November. And wait, there was another design exception for the same thing. And now the design exception has rescinded its original inconsistent, and now it's consistent. How'd that happen? So how many times do these guys get to throw cake at the wall and see what sticks? This is exactly why your schedule is and stays full. They don't know how to stop whining until they get what they want, no matter what the laws say. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go to Catherine. Can you unmute yourself?
How about now?
We got you. Thank you.
All righty, thank you. First, I'd like to say my name is Catherine Rome Elaloof. I was valedictorian of Tampa Bay Tech in 1975, graduated with honors from USF in 1979. I love Tampa. And I would like to respond to some of the petitioner's points presented by their attorney. First of all, I live about a mile away from the property. I drive around there all the time, enjoying the shade it gives. And I have not eaten meat in 30 years. So I really don't think the community is up in arms because we're upset that a restaurant closed. That's not the point at all. And I do believe it was a correct decision to deny the variance. And it's even more important the trees are on the west side because they're gonna give more shade in the evening when the sun is setting. We need our canopy in Tampa. Other people have given statistics, and you know this. Climate change is upon us, temperatures are rising, we need all the trees we can get. There are a lot of people who have environmental awareness that would probably love to buy units, although overpriced in this market, that have considered the environment. So really that's a selling point. And as was pointed out earlier, 2 homes on that property can be profitable. Certainly 10 townhomes could be. They say this is reasonable. It is not. One of the things they showed to support the request was an aerial view. And what I saw in that aerial view is one big pocket of green canopy and nowhere else on that area view. I don't think it's a good argument to say, oh, they did it and there's no canopy. So we want to do it with no canopy either. It's just not right. And I think the bottom line for the petitioner is they want to make more money. Why is more money worth making us all sicker? We need those trees. Give the trees room to grow, build around them, follow the laws, and don't waste the community's time like this. This is absurd. This is their 4th time asking. No, just no. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Lorraine?
Yes, good afternoon. My name's Lorraine Perino. I'm a 3rd-generation Tampa resident. I love Tampa very much, and I love I'm very interested in what happens in my city of Tampa. First of all, this developer has been refused permission to destroy these 2 grand, 100-year-old healthy grand live oaks twice already. The city of Tampa arborist denied him permission, and the Variance Review Board also denied him permission last year. But he continues to persist in wanting to destroy these valuable grand oaks. So what bothers me just as much as the thought of removing these 2 beautiful 100-year-old grand oak trees from this property is that this is an egregious example of corporate greed. This developer isn't just satisfied with making a huge profit on this property. He wants to make an excessive profit. In order to satisfy his greed, he is perfectly willing to destroy not 1, but 2 100-year-old grand oaks, so he can cram a few more units on this lot and increase his profit margin even more, even though there isn't enough room for all these units that he wants. What is wrong with this picture? Destroying 2 100-year-old grand oak, live oak trees may not seem like much in the grand scheme of things to you, but in today's city of Tampa, builders and developers are destroying 1, 2, 3, and even as many as 4 grand oaks and 8 protected trees from lots, as happened in my neighborhood recently, so that they can build on every square inch of that property and make an obscene profit on these McMansions and developments, which these McMansions are beginning to resemble small hotels. In time, it will decimate Tampa's tree canopy. So it's past time that Tampa City Council puts the health and well-being of Tampa's residents and Tampa's ecosystems ahead of the profit margin of builders and developers, who, by the way, are getting very rich at our expense. Yes, us ordinary Tampa residents, as they purposely deplete Tampa's residents of their ancient grand oaks and their once prized tree canopy. It takes 100 years to grow a live oak tree as big and beautiful as the 2 on the Kojak property. The developer says he will plant new trees if he's allowed to destroy these 2 grand oaks. But consider this: how many of us do you think will be around in 100 years to benefit from the oak trees which this builder promises to plant today? The answer is not one of us. Mother Nature is out of balance because of the greed and carelessness that humans have wreaked on this planet, and she is venting her anger and displeasure on us in the form of catastrophic forest fires and devastating floods and hurricanes. All these grand oaks want to do is live their lives and benefit us with the gifts of oxygen, pollution control, cool air, street flooding mitigation, and habitat for our natural wildlife. Are we going to honor and protect these beautiful ancient oak trees and continue to benefit from these essential gifts? Or are we going to choose to continue on the destructive path of greed and destruction of our precious natural resources?
Thank you, Ms. Moreno.
Please vote no. Please vote no to this request and save Tampa's precious and ancient grand oak trees at the
Thank you.
Kojak property.
All right, that's it for the registered. All right, we have any additional comments for staff before I go to rebuttal?
Question for the petitioner, the owner, Minsberg, that I'd probably better to do before rebuttal, that way.
Okay. Mr. Minsberg?
Are you still there, Michael?
Yes, so John, yes, we're here.
Okay. There was testimony from one of the folks a couple minutes ago about the purchase price. We don't usually bring up those issues. However, I do read as part of the code, subsection paren 4E speaks to cost, quote, the cost of utilizing any alternative construction methods and the reduction in use and value of the proposed building structures necessary to save the tree compared to the tree condition shown on the hazard form. Like I say, cost is usually not a factor, but it looks like the code allows it here. I'm seeing nodding from the applicant, so I think they're aware of this provision. Anyway, the young lady who spoke a few minutes ago said that this property was purchased in the last year or two for $2 million. Mr. Minsberg, is that correct or approximately correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
That's accurate. And so if we divide that out by the 13 units, you're talking about a as you say, per door price, per townhome price of $154,000 for the dirt.
I haven't done the math, but I'm assuming you're correct.
Well, Charlie's our mathematician, but
It's within $1.
okay. If you want to correct me later, that's fine. I just put it on my calculator, and that's what I came out to. So I just wanted to make sure you didn't have any differ with that. Mr. Minsberg?
Yeah, that's correct. You're correct.
Okay, thank you.
I think you're
All right, well, any other questions for staff before we go to rebuttal? All right, wait, rebuttal. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chair Scott Steady, I just wanted to note that I provided Councilman Maniscalco's assistant with some documents to provide to the clerk for the record, but Stephen wants to comment.
I couldn't hear you. Scott, Mr. Randall couldn't hear you. You repeat what your statement?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if I could start over again. Scott Steady, I just wanted to note that I had provided Councilman Maniscalco's assistant with some documents, and she was going to put them in the record with the clerk's office. So, thank you.
Thank you. I first want to address the single-family comparison and say that's really comparing apples and oranges. Gandy Boulevard is a main commercial corridor. I don't even think a single-family is a allowable use on that property. And while the cost per unit goes way down, the cost for developing multifamily when it comes to infrastructure and other requirements is a lot more expensive. So it's really comparing apples and oranges. Other thing I want to clarify is this is the only variance we're requesting. Our current plans that we've submitted meet all the other requirements. Yes, we had a denial, but we went back to the drawing board and fixed things to provide more green space. And so we will not get our permit or our approvals if we don't meet all those requirements. And I'll have to come in front of you again, which would be pretty embarrassing to ask for another variance, and I don't think I would get approved. So I'm testifying that we will meet all the other requirements and be approved for a permit. I've heard the opposition, and they are mad about the legal removal of trees. They're also along with the removal of trees based on the state law superseding the city code. I have never taken down a grand tree with the state law loophole and do my best to design around trees when at all possible. In fact, I'll be in front of City Council on February 10th for a rezoning on another townhome project in Ybor City where we work with staff to design around every single grand tree. The reduction to density for that redesign was reasonable. It was not 38 to 47% compared to the other neighboring properties. I'm a reasonable local developer doing this the right way. The opposition has formed an opinion about me without knowing the facts and taking into account or understanding the law based on their frustration with other developers, illegally removing their trees. I am not them. There is no reasonable development option that retains these trees. And I ask you to vote based on the code and our property rights and not to punish me for others' wrongdoing. I have been listening to what everyone has to say, and I go on to Nextdoor and Facebook and read it. And one person commented, and I'd like to read what they said without saying their name, of course. Unfortunately, this battle plays out online as the unrealistic tree lovers versus evil money-grabbing builders. The reality is and needs to be in the middle. Both descriptions are exaggerated and inaccurate. I have lived in South Tampa since 1997. I have seen great improvements. Some things stay the same, and some things go downhill. I had to cut down a very big oak tree one time. Its big limbs started falling. It was proving to be a hazard to the house and created a safety risk. It was not an easy decision, but we made it and had no regrets. We planted tons of tropical foliage, and that eventually grew tall and became beautiful. That being said, I don't think many trees are cut down haphazardly with little care for how it affects the beauty of a neighborhood. I do believe it is true the beauty of a neighborhood is sometimes sacrificed for the benefit of one family or the builders. I love capitalism and property rights and freedoms. I am pro-profit. I do think being in harmony with one neighbors and community is important to consider too. However, I think and hope there can be a balance found here. Just my thoughts, not choosing sides. The next response to that was the new Tampa Tree Code tried to address this, exactly what you're saying in 2019. That tree code, section 27284-25F4, states the variance for tree removal shall be approved when a hardship restricts reasonable redesign. The placement of these trees on this site is what creates that hardship for us. Now, one person in opposition argued or showed examples of a reasonable redevelopment option. If we were losing a couple units, I wouldn't be up here. That would be ridiculous, frankly, and I'd be embarrassed. But losing 38 to 47% of the density approved all within one block is clearly unreasonable. There is no realistic use for this property that does not result in tree removal. Thank you.
All right. Have we finished our rebuttal, sir? We wrapped up?
Yes, sorry.
All right. Well, move to close then.
Well, before you close, could I hear from the legal department? It was probably an hour ago we last heard from them in regard to this concept of reasonableness and our evaluation of reasonableness and does are we allowed to consider that money issue that came in to evidence, et cetera?
Councilman, if you're referring to 4E, I think you've misinterpreted the intent of that subsection E. So, and that's kind of where I understand that your question was coming from. Is that correct?
Well, I found it in the packet that was handed to us by Mr. Shelby, I believe, in terms of the various codes, et cetera. And that's why I was asking the question, is that a relevant provision that we should use to?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's all right, that we should use to evaluate, as part of our evaluation of what's reasonable. And then any other guidance you can tell us about, the reasonable standard. I know reasonable is a legal standard, and usually there's not a lot of help there in terms of the ultimate jurors, in this case, us. But any help you can provide us, we greatly appreciate it.
Yes, absolutely. So in regards to your question, and I'm zeroing in on 4E specifically, because I think that's what you were referencing before, where it talks about the cost of utilizing any alternative construction methods. But the cost of buying the property is not relevant to that. And I think that's kind of where your line of questioning was going. So I just.
Well, I actually went to the next phrase, that speaks to the and the reduction in use and value of the proposed building structures. So that's where.
Provided to you by the applicant, so I just want to remind you of that.
I had trouble hearing you again, I'm sorry.
The cost has not, and the value, that information has not been provided to you by the applicant.
The cost of the land was provided. The cost of the land was provided, was confirmed by the applicant, and he also didn't object when I divided that by 13. And that, my point is not to wrestle with numbers and that sort of thing. I'm just trying to say, is that paragraph E relevant to our decision?
Yes. Yes, it would be relevant to your decision. However, I think your analysis is not correct at this moment.
Well, I guess I'd like a little legislative history on why you come to that conclusion.
Well, I just was mentioning that as far as what was provided to you with the application, there was nothing in terms of the cost of buying the property.
Okay, but it's now in evidence. All right, thank you.
Anything else from legal? We're done?
As far as the reasonable reconfiguration and some additional information there, it's note 5, and I believe it's on page, hold on, 6 of your packet. Therefore, on page 6, it goes through what a reasonable reconfiguration would include and factors you can take into consideration when making that determination. And actually, the cost is not the only analysis there. You would need to go through all of the criteria listed there and then not just zero in on one specifically, such as cost.
Good. Mr. Dingfeldt?
I'm good.
Janie Madu with Development Coordination, if I may. Regarding Section 27-284 and Note E, and I think what Councilman Dingfelder is trying to say is that it does come into play this criteria in the decision today, because it does talk about the reduction in use, and when we talk about the density that is being proposed, that is a reduction in the use of the proposed structure. So I would say that does come into play in the decision before the council today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, then. Anything else from legal before I move to close?
No, Chair, thank you.
Move to close. Ms. Piera, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted. Who would like to take a bite at the apple today? Any takers? Any takers? We all speak at once now.
Okay,
Ms. Dingfelder?
let's see. Let me get wrap my arms around this. I don't know if there's a draft motion. It's on the last page. Thank you. All right, Mr. Carlson's district, go for it. Mr. Carlson.
Carlson by the apples day, all right.
I move to affirm the VRB's decision to deny the variance requested in application number VRB 2197 for the property located at 2808 West Gandy Boulevard because the petition does not meet the hardship criteria in sections 27-284.2.5 and 27-80.
And I'll second that and would add from a factual basis that the evidence that I heard supports that motion by Mr. Carlson, specifically 4B, which says whether the proposed building or structure can be reasonably reconfigured to preserve the grand trees requested for removal, including the recommendation by the Natural Resources Coordinator or designee. And I would say, as a matter of factual finding by council, if accepted by the maker of the motion, that the option for 13 or even 11 units is a reasonable reconfiguration that would preserve the grand tree, and that is consistent with the recommendation for preservation by the Natural Resources Coordinator. The other thing that was persuasive to me is, even though the current condition of the two trees at issue might be C7 or C8, he clearly indicated that once that asphalt had been removed around those trees, and perhaps whatever it is, fertilizers or other opportunities, what do they call it, spading, air spading, or what have you, that those trees would actually do better and thrive, and as Mr. Miranda asked the question, perhaps for several hundred more years. So between all of that, I'll second the motion.
Motion made by Mr. Carlson, second by Mr. Dingfelder. Roll call.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco. And Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, gentlemen, we sat through a lot, and I know we've got item 70, which is next, that has a lot of people. I'm gonna just ask for a 5-minute recess. 5-minute recess.
Those got till 4 o'clock.
5-minute recess. It's gonna be a long one this next go round. Thank you, gentlemen. We're in recess.
Carlson.
Here.
Maniscalco. Dingfelder. Citro.
Here.
Vieira.
Here.
Miranda.
Here.
And Goose.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
And, Mr. Chair, may
Yes,
I really
sir.
fast, sir? I need to leave here at 5:35 or so, like I said. I'm gonna, for city council, I'm just gonna start not making evening plans for morning meetings, but just in case if this item goes further than that time, as I think it may I make some, these are non-controversial motions, just really fast because they're time sensitive. Would that be okay, sir?
You said do it now? You want to do it now?
Or tell you what, if it's before 5:30, would it be okay before?
I'll get it in. If you got the lead, we'll find a way to get it in, sir.
Thank you,
I don't
sir.
wanna start-
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, item number 70, the our noise ordinance. And, you know, we do apologize for having to put this in the end, but the influx of folks who want to talk about this subject versus our agenda, we had to do that. So we do apologize for that, but we're to this item now. Item number 70, is staff ready to present? Ms. Susan Jones-Velez? Or Carol? Can they hear us? If you're talking to us, Carol, I think you guys are muted. If you guys are talking to us, I think you're muted. I think they're muted. All right. Try it now, ladies. We can't hear you. Can you hear us? Okay, we can't hear you. Want to try it now? We still can't hear you. All right. See, Aaron said they to save the day.
Marathon.
Captain Owens, can you hear us? Captain Owens, can you hear us?
Is Captain Owens there?
He's there. I guess we better notify CTTV. We've got a problem.
Maybe they want to come down?
All right, sir. I guess send them, send legal a message that we're reviewing.
So Charlie, I was hoping while we have time to film that you would have informed us what Banza Banza, the origin of Banza Banza. Oh, somebody had a typo years ago.
Banza Banza.
Them coming down isn't doing good because the other folks can't hear.
Oh. This is going on everywhere, huh?
Even the equipment broke down.
Charlie, it's not manja manja?
Well, manja, but pasta, manja. Pasta, manja, manja. Everybody says it different. I don't know what manja, manja is, whatever it was.
Louis, can you help us out? Banza Banza? We'll have to ask the History Center because sometimes they figure these things out. Eagle's coming down, but we still got to figure out the technical problem.
Yeah, but everybody else still can't hear us. It doesn't matter if they come down or not. Them coming down is not gonna solve the problem.
Carol, did you want an applause when you came in the room like that?
You guys coming down is not gonna solve the problem. Nobody can still hear it.
We're just trying to be resourceful. We could hear you, we could hear Captain Owen.
We can hear Captain Owen.
I think the concern now is that,
All right, they're rebooting.
hi. Well, we'll go ahead and start, unless, are we not, can the audience hear us?
No, you gotta wait.
Okay. Well, hello, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Ms. Post, did you resolve your issue from the other night?
What's wrong? There are many.
Well, I'm sorry, you and I were at a banquet.
Yes,
Good,
I believe it got resolved.
good.
Problems always get resolved, one way or another.
I don't think it was a problem, I just think there was just.
And congrats on your transition, and thanks for everything you've done, not just the last 2 years, but also the transition committee and all that stuff. I guess we'll say a proper goodbye, but thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
We're up and running? You sure? Okay, all right. Okay, we're up and running. All right, item number 70. Again, we apologize for the technical difficulties. We apologize that we had to move this item to the back, but we have so many people to speak, and we want to make sure we do it the right way. So, Ms. Post, are you here on item number 70, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Thank you again, Chair, members of the council, and members of the public. Appreciate it. I'm Carol Post. I'm the Administrator for Development and Economic Opportunity. I'm joined by members of our legal department, and we also have Captain Brett Owen on the line to join to discuss some of the enforcement elements of this. What you have before you is an ordinance for second reading and adoption. It would change the city's current noise regulations. It was approved on first reading late last year following a number of council discussions, a couple of workshops. The council actually initiated this almost 2 years ago to update what we believe is a tangle of rules and regulations that have become confusing and have not really kept pace with the needs of our evolving city. The goal that the council set forth was to simplify and provide consistency and predictability for all businesses and residents. So we recognize it's a sensitive issue. There's been continued debate and discussion leading up to today's vote. And for that reason, we wanted to offer a few additional ideas for consideration today. In a moment, Susan Johnson-Velez will give a brief update to remind ourselves and the audience what the 4 components of the ordinance are today that's up for consideration. And then Captain Owen, presuming we still have him available, I know he's on a time constraint, he was going to offer some perspectives relative to the enforcement component, particularly the 5-minute warning. So we would like to hear public comment. We would like to hear council's input and discussion on this, and then take further direction. And we think you have 3 options today. First is that you can adopt the ordinance as it's written, as it sits before you. Recall that this ordinance would not take effect for another 6 months, and that was built into the ordinance to ensure that we would have sufficient time and ability to engage in more outreach and communication and make sure everybody knows what's expected and what the new rules and requirements are. But given the feedback that we've received and what we've heard, we would like you to consider 2 additional options for your path moving forward today, particularly concerning outdoor amplified sound. That's one component. Recall there are 4 components being considered to change today. We believe that 3 of them are sound on the merits. We strongly recommend that they remain intact and that they move forward. But we do recognize that there have been a number of concerns raised around the outdoor amplified sound element. And for that reason, we would suggest a couple of considerations as we proceed. The first would be to keep a citywide approach, which was part of our objective, to have consistency and uniformity. But you could change the regulated time. You'll hear a little bit more about it from Susan, but that time is at your discretion to reflect on what that regulated time would be. A second option would be to consider exemptions pertaining to certain geographical areas of the city based on the nature of their use or their activity, or you could change the regulated time within exempted areas. Now, becomes more complicated. You would no longer have the consistency and the uniformity that we were originally seeking to achieve, but that is not unprecedented. So I'd like to note that any changes that you discuss today or propose would not occur today. We would seek that you have a motion to amend the ordinance, and then we would come back in a few weeks to come back through. I believe we'd have to come back through first reading again, but we are looking to kind of take a fast path to adoption, but again, to reflect the changing needs and the inputs that we'll hear today. So now I'd just like to turn it back over to Susan Johnson-Velez, let her refresh on kind of where we stand, and then we'll be happy to take questions or move forward through public comment. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of council. Susan Johnson-Velez, Senior Assistant City Attorney, and thank you, Carol. Just to refresh council's recollection, and also for the benefit of members of the public and those who might be listening to the hearing, just to give a brief history. So during the April 22nd, 2021 workshop on outdoor amplified sound and hours of operation and distance separation, staff made 4 recommendations on Chapter 14, the city's noise ordinance. And they were these. Number 1, to create a citywide amplified sound standard applicable to all uses. Number 2, to modify and amend existing Chapter 14 definitions in order to refine, clarify, and update where needed. Number 3, to address the channel district. And number 4, to update enforcement provisions. So specifically, recommendation number 1, to create a citywide amplified sound standard applicable to all uses. And this again was intended to apply to all uses in the city, not just those that involved alcoholic beverage uses, which is previously how this had been handled in the city. So section 6 of the ordinance before you creates a new section 14-164 that prohibits amplified sound from the outdoor area of any property in the city after midnight. I would remind council that the original recommendation from staff was for a 1 a.m. Cutoff time, and council thought at the time that we were discussing this that midnight would be a more appropriate time. And so to follow up on Ms. Post's suggestion, you certainly can go to a 1 a.m. or later time if you think that's appropriate at this time. Recommendation number 2 was to modify existing definitions in Chapter 14. So Section 2 of the ordinance amendment before you adds a definition of amplified sound. Amplified sound, although it was a term that was used frequently in your alcoholic beverage permit applications and sometimes elsewhere, there was no definition anywhere in the code for amplified sound. So we've added that definition. We've modified the definitions of dBA and dBc for purposes of decibel level measurement standards. We've added a definition of sound amplification device, modified the definition of sound level, and then added a definition for the term sound level meter. The third recommendation was to address the channel district, and this was as a result of public comment and testimony that council received in late 2020 and early 2021 when we were first getting into this issue, to remove the channel district. And so Section 3 of the ordinance amends Section 14-143 to remove the channel district from the areas of the city in which sound levels are measured by decibel level. And so what that does is put it into the areas of the city that are measured by the plainly audible standard, which is sound that you can hear with unaided human ear. We also created in subsection B2 a second tier of decibel limits between the hours of 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. So currently the code provides for maximum decibel level of 85 dBA between, until 3 a.m. And so this would, in keeping with kind of the idea of reducing noise, allow for kind of a step down. So at 1 a.m. you have to go from 85 dBA down to 75 dBA, and then finally at 3 a.m. down to 65 dBA. So the only change there is just adding that second tier, and it just again allows for a lowering of the sound a little bit as it gets a little bit later into the night until finally we get to 3 a.m. where you go down to 65, which is what it currently is today. And then finally, recommendation number 4 was to update enforcement provisions. So that's contained in section 5 of the ordinance before you. That modifies section 14-159 of the code to remove the 5-minute warning and adds new sections 14-155, 14-156, and a new section 14-164, which again is that outdoor amplified sound prohibition after a certain time frame. So again, City Council made 4 separate motions at that April 2021 workshop session in which you accepted staff's recommendations and directed us to prepare amendments to Chapter 14 that would incorporate all of those recommendations into an ordinance. We did come back to you in August of 2021 at a workshop to give you a first look at the ordinance and get some feedback and guidance at that time. And at that time, council directed us to schedule the ordinance for first reading, and that first reading, as Ms. Post mentioned, did take place on October 7th of 2021, and council approved the ordinance on first reading. If it is your desire to make changes to what was approved on first reading, we would have to make those changes and present them to you and take it back to first readings to allow for appropriate notice, excuse me, of those changes. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have at this time.
I think that council was hearing from the public as it relate to some of the residential areas that now that have entertainment. And we started the urban core and village. People wanted a walkable neighborhood with food and entertainment, dancing, but now with our housing situation, we have an influx of housing in these districts now. So now people are complaining about music, but sometimes when you move places, you got to know where you're moving at. Now it's becoming a problem to change. Now, I want to make clear and find out what I deem as the city's entertainment district, and you tell me if I'm wrong, is Ybor City is our main corridor of entertainment. And they have most of our outdoor patios and venues there, and then you have the arena section. So enlighten me of what is our entertainment district, because with those entertainment districts means people who have employment and working. And we definitely don't want to hurt those who are working because we already have problems now. So I view it a little different. I understand the noise in communities and late night parties and everything, but when we're talking about an actual corridor of what I deem as an entertainment district, you're going to have noise there because people are working, and when people go and they're walking, the music intrigues people to go in different shops and different places. So I just want you can define what our entertainment districts are if we actually have that.
Certainly, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to do that. So the city technically in the code does not have anything that's defined as a quote-unquote entertainment district. These are a couple of different districts that have been identified. It used to include the Central Business District. It currently includes the Channel District, which again this amendment proposes to remove. But the Ybor City Historic District, the Channel District, and the Arena District are areas where entertainment venues, there's a higher concentration than you see in other areas of the city, but they're not identified as entertainment districts. So I do have the code in section 14-153 does identify the Arena District, and I'm happy to put it up if I can get, so you can see that it encompasses the, let's see, there we go. The Amalie Arena, as well as other areas or other streets around that. So it's not just the hockey arena, it's a larger portion there that you can see that comes off of Beneficial Drive, and then the Garrison Channel to the south, and my eyesight's not that great, but it's a larger area. So that's the Arena District. I do want to put up a map of the Ybor City Historic District, just so council is aware if you're.
Is that a part of Sparkman's Wharf, that section there?
Sparkman Wharf, I do believe is
No?
I think Sparkman Wharf is off to the east. It's in the Channel District.
All
But
right.
this is a lot of the new Water Street development is within the Arena District area. Okay, a good portion of it. So I'm gonna put up another map that shows the Ybor Historic District. So the Ybor Historic District is identified differently in section 14-153. What it describes as the Ybor Historic District is as delineated in chapter 27. So it is not just the strip on 7th Avenue and some of the surrounding streets. You can see in this map, the red outlined area is the indication of the entire historic district. So you have an area that goes on the west side as far west as Nebraska, as far east as 26th Street, as far north as 21st Avenue, and then on the south side down to State Road 60. So it is a bigger area, and if you're going to pull it out of this citywide standard, then this is the area that you're talking about as it's currently defined in the code. Yes, I'm
Jennifer,
sorry.
you recognize it?
Thank you. Just on that quick point, and then I'll speak to other issues later. My gut tells me we're gonna modify this. We apologize to staff and legal, for this, but anyway, but in regard to tightening up Ybor, if we wanted to, we could redefine, for purposes of chapter 14, we could redefine what Ybor is for this chapter and just perhaps say south of I-4 and north of 60.
You could certainly do that.
Okay, because what I'm looking at is a lot more than that and includes a lot more residential.
Right.
Correct.
But I would think we would all agree that the traditional entertainment area really could be probably confined within those two boundaries. Okay.
Mr. Cho, you recognize? And I'll go Mr. Maniscalco.
And if I'm sorry, I'm just in recognition, I know that Captain Owen is on the line, and I know we wanted him to speak to the removal of the 5-minute warning, and so I know he had some time constraints as well, so I wanted to maybe invite, if it's council's pleasure to hear from.
I would prefer that. Go ahead, and then
Okay.
I'll speak afterwards.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Captain Owen?
Good afternoon, Captain Brutto and Tampa Police. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. A little louder would be better, thank you.
Okay, so just wanted to speak to the call volume and some of the issues that we've had. Last year, for the calendar year of 2021, we had 7,560 calls for service. Out of those calls, we only issued 17 citations. So the 5-minute warning, just lost the, can you hear me still?
Can hear you.
Yes, sir, we can hear it.
Okay, for some reason we've lost it. Anyway, the 5-minute warning really isn't doing us any good as far as the enforcement goes. If we're trying to correct the noise, then we need to be able to address the noise when we're there. Now, some of these establishments, they're going to have their management there and they're going to understand and they're going to take corrective measures immediately, and there's no need to go any further. The ultimate goal for us would be to gain compliance, not to issue citations. So the concern is that we issue the warning, we go away, and 15 minutes later, an hour later, the noise goes right back up. So that's kind of what we have to be mindful of when we're looking at the warning aspect of this. So I don't think that, the data doesn't show that we're over enforcing it. It shows that we are grossly under enforcing it, in my opinion. But that's something that you all can take into consideration. I'd be happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Captain, what would be your solution for enforcement then?
So the solution would be for maybe some of these establishments that have issues to take some of this measure on their own. They can buy a noise meter just like we can. They can check their own sound levels. They can, particularly for some of these areas that aren't going to be under a decibel reading, they can go out and find their property line and figure out what's going to be plainly audible. They can determine the levels inside. There are noise meters that are essentially like a clock that you can mount on the wall, they could establish what that level is within their own establishment for their people to see it without having to ever involve law enforcement. They can take some mitigation factors on their own. And that's what I'd like to see, is for them to take ownership of the noise of surrounding their establishments rather than leaving it up to us to take care of it for them.
And if that can't occur, then how do we deal with law enforcement?
The same way we've been doing it. We go to these calls and we address them accordingly. If there's a problem child that comes up, then we have to start issuing citations. But outside of that, by and large, these calls for service resolve themselves. We go up, we let them know that the noise is too loud, and they turn it down or turn it off. That's the ideal solution, which is in large part what's happened with these calls for service over the past year and previous years. But we need to make sure that we have the ability to enforce if we need to, because there are certain areas where we're going to have to take action.
Citro, you recognized?
Thank you, Captain Owen. Thank you very much. Staff, thank you very much for all your hard work on this. I have to go back and discuss the reasons why I went to staff about this. City Council had heard time in and time out again that establishment, whether it be a restaurant or a bar, wanted to open abutting a neighborhood or a residential area. And the first words out of some of the councilmen's mouth would be, are you going to have amplified music? Then we were told by staff, legal, you can't ask that question. So I said, well, why don't we explore what we can do about it? My first thought was to shift the burden of proof to the petitioner. And if they had the burden of proof that says we cannot exist without amplified music, then we can discuss it. Then I thought of about a yearly permit, that if they had enough cases against them where the music is too loud, they pull their permit. Abby Feely came up with this wonderful solution in this plan to have a city-wide ordinance. And I agree with it. But now we're starting to hear from certain areas in town. I don't want to call them entertainment districts, but that's what they are. Both sides. People saying, no, we don't want it. Please move this ordinance. To business people saying, you're going to kill our business. Now we're looking at Channel Side. We're looking at Ybor City. We're forgetting about Howard Avenue, which has had complaints for how many years now?
Howard Avenue, think about that one.
But I always look at one place that has the loudest sounds coming from it. That's Raymond James Stadium. How many great concerts have been there? They usually shut down at 12 o'clock. They have football games, monster truck. They always shut down at 12 o'clock. Me personally, I would like to see this ordinance voted on and passed today, with the exception of us looking at different carves out. I know that's not what the intent was, but I can also feel the stress that businesses in Ybor might be under, businesses in Channel Side. I think this whole thing came about because of one establishment, maybe in Channel Side, maybe not, I'm not going to say for sure. But as our city is growing and more of these bars and restaurants start infringing, abutting residential areas, we're going to have more and more and more and more complaints. And where I'm looking up and down Howard, Armenia, I'm looking up and down Tampa, Florida, Tampa Street and Florida Street. Gentlemen, we got to do something, and we got to do something today. Whether or not we go back and try and carve things out or work with the business community, but this is never ending. We tried to solve it. Councilwoman Yoli Capine, God love her. She started this how many years ago?
And Rose for leader before her.
I'll stick with Yoli Capine. She was a woman who yelled loud enough. Mr. Chair, I've stated the reasons why I thought this would be a great idea, and I thank you for your time. Thank you, Councilman.
Mr. Maniscalco, we'll go to you, then we'll go ahead and go to public comment. Ms. Carlson? All right, we'll take a few and then we'll go and go to public comment. Go ahead, Mr. Mescal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, in looking at different areas of the city, and I'm going to focus on Ybor City, it's not only the amplified music that comes from the bars and the clubs, but what's interesting with Ybor, being that it's 7th Avenue, for example, where you have the way the sound travels and bounces off the walls, a lot of that noise is from that traffic, from the cars driving up and down the street, whether they're blaring their music or it's engine sounds, whatever. I've sat outside cigar lounges and whatnot, and the noise is from the street. I don't hear so much the music or the bass from clubs. I hear the traffic on 7th Avenue. And not even mentioning that 20 years ago they would close off 7th Avenue and it'd be like a street party. We're beyond that, but just the cars sitting there, cruising up and down, that creates so much of the noise. It's not always, the bars and the clubs and whatnot. So we have to take that into account. Also, when we look at, if we are to look at carving out certain areas or exempting certain areas, look at the boundaries of Ybor from what I saw on the map. There's the historic district, and then within that, which in that historic district you have a lot of residential. It's a big area. But in the blue lines, I believe that's the National Historic Landmark area, which encompasses that 7th Avenue corridor where a majority of those businesses are. Could we, using those boundaries, exempt that area so we still maintain that respect to the homes? Because if you look at north of I-4, it's a lot of residential single-family homes and whatnot. So we can keep that within the area that we enforce, but we exempt that smaller entertainment area, which is that 7th Avenue corridor, which would be within those blue lines. So if we could look at that, we can also discuss, channel district, arena district, whatever, that'll be a separate discussion. But at least with Ybor, it's unique in the situation with everything I've said, just the way the sound bounces off those walls. And in that area, it's like its own channel. It's its own corridor there where it's a unique situation, I think, on the sound. Thank you.
Mr. Goss, recognize? You want to talk now or after come?
Just quickly now.
All right, Ricky?
I'm not going to speak to all these issues. I'll wait until after public comment. But I did want to say one thing, because I'm sure there's a lot of channel side folks who are wanting to chime in on this. To the best of my knowledge, whether or not we do it today or in a couple of weeks, I believe this council is ready to move forward with the channel side change. Okay? The channel side residents have been very strong. I haven't heard any pushback on that channel side provision to change it from decibel reading to regular reading, whatever that is, whatever the basic standard is. So I just want to urge the channel side folks, unless there's a council member who thinks differently, that,
Channel normally ease down on about 12. You talk some outside stuff. They normally ease down when I've been down there. So I don't see a big change. Channel 1, 2 o'clock. Usually they already died down if they have any kind of street festival or anything like that.
Well, I guess, yeah, I don't know much about it, but and it's your district. But my point is staff has made a recommendation on the channel district change, which is changing 14153A in terms of how the measurement is read there, specifically as related to channel district. And I haven't heard any of council members say they have a problem with that. So I just want to urge channel district folks, perhaps if you can, limit your comments or reduce your comments, because I think we're all good on the channel district.
Well,
Mr. Brandon?
the question that I ask myself, if you start carving it out, is it going to hold mustard if it's appealed? Noise in one district to the ears is the same noise in another district to the ears. And unless your ears are stuffed up like mine once in a while, it's hard to carve out something if you don't do it in a mannerism where no one's offended, meaning that what goes in one area where there's music should be the same district of noise with the district of music in another area. And I'm not anti-music. So I'm just thinking to myself, how do we solve this problem? Can we cherry pick it and get, sooner or later, someone, more than likely in the business community, is gonna appeal this. That's fine, I agree with that. But it's harder to prove on my real job. This is my real job, but on my other part-time job, what I do on one animal, I gotta pass judgment on all the animals, not just one. I can't cherry pick, this animal can have this and this one can't. And what I'm saying is that this is what this is about. This is about the whole city of Tampa, and my complaints don't come just from one district. They come from everywhere, including house to house. I know the gentleman used to come here all the time about the radio and the boom bang and all that.
You already know.
And-
Clay.
Yeah.
Clay Daniels.
Yeah, and these things, so every district is different, but the noise in every district is the same, bothersome. So how do we solve that problem? This equation's gotta be figured out somehow.
Well, I think to your point and to Mr. Citro's point, and when you look at, when I get the complaints from downtown too, and like I said, some of these places were there before the residents were built there.
That's right.
So now, you know, they feel now we have residential people, but you pick where you want to live at. And when you pick that, and now it becomes bothersome to you, now you want to force them out. And just like I said, it may, like Mr. Miranda said, we may have to look at designating certain areas in certain districts to only be entertainment districts, or where that can be at, versus just all over or next to, like Mr. Citro said, next to residents. So those might be things we may have to look at too, of making sure a bar or a place that has amplified music like that, or a club, is not near residents or these apartment buildings that infringe with the loud noise, the boom boom in the walls. And it may be a certain street in each district to say that's where that can be. Mr. Citro, you see, you raise your hand there, sir.
Yeah, and I would like to say that noise is noise is noise is noise. Whether it's amplified music or whether it's 200 people sitting in a lot having a party. It's not just amplified music. And some of the people that go to establishments do crazy, silly things. So it's not only amplified music, it could be 200 people in one lot. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Carlson?
Just a quick comment based on what you just said, Mr. Chair. You all remember in the CRA meetings, I made a proposal that we ask the Drew Park folks if the CAC, if they would be open to having an entertainment district there. We need an entertainment district somewhere in the city. South Howard, for example, certainly should not be an entertainment district. It's only been like that for 10 years. There are a couple bars that existed before that, but it's only been like that. And there were neighborhoods all around that before, and that's one of the areas I get the most concerned. Ybor, whatever we do, is not going to be an entertainment district in 10 years. It has been for a while. There always will be entertainment there, but it's not going to be the place where everybody goes like they did in the 90s. Right. Because so many houses are coming in there. Same thing happening with Channel District. We've got to find a place somewhere in the city where a real entertainment district can go. And I guess that'll be a separate motion later, but we need to address that somehow.
All right, well, we'll go to public comment now. Again, we apologize, folks. We know some of you have taken off work and your jobs and things like that, and we appreciate your patience with us today. All right, anybody on the second floor for public comment in reference to number 70?
Everybody left, we can go home.
I know better than I know better than that. It's got to be. I know better than that. Anybody on the second floor for public comment?
Well, something was peeking there. That guy looks familiar.
Anybody need a chiropractor?
Thank you.
He didn't hear you.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Mr. Newman, come up a little bit closer so we can hear you on the mic, sir.
Certainly.
There
Is
you
that
go.
better?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to say good evening because I've been here since morning, just like you all have. For the record, I'm Craig Newman. I'm here as a president of the Victoria Park Homeowners Association in the Soho area. Our gated community is between Armenia Avenue, Howard Avenue, north of Swan, and De Leon. We are, one of our townhomes is about 30, 40 feet from Howard Avenue. We have 24 units, and I've lived there over the past, for the past 16 years. And there's been positive changes on Howard Avenue, south of Swan. Unfortunately, the same is not true of north of Swan, and unfortunately, we deal with the same issues we've been dealing with since I've been there for 16 years, is noise. The noise is unrelenting. It's unfortunate, and now with the COVID, more bars have been opening up there to the street, and so the music gets louder. And the amplified sound makes it very difficult in our community for our residents to sleep. I know personally, I have to sleep with earphones so I don't hear whether it's the cars with the boom boxes and the amplifying, shaking my windows because of the bass, or it's, we've got issues going on on Saturdays, we've got issues with our community that we have people there who do not want to get on their rooftop terraces and sit out in the nice evenings because the noise is so loud. And I think in our area, because there is so right behind on the east side of Swan, on Howard Avenue, you have houses that have been there, that some of them were built back in the 20s, and they're so close to these bars, and with all the loud music, it makes it very difficult. So I think the idea of stopping the music at after 11 o'clock, during the weekday, and 12 o'clock on weekends is important. It changes our quality of life. So obviously, I'm speaking in favor of the noise ordinance to protect our quality of life.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you for your patience today.
Good evening. My name's Ken Charette. I live on Westland Avenue in Courier City, Asquewanna neighborhood, or the Soho district. I think it would be wise for us to use our internet, Google, and see what other cities are doing as far as how to reduce noise in certain areas. And if we're going to create a outside district area, we should take and use the technology if we can find something that would work. We should create a time when outside music should end. And I believe in these areas like Soho, it should be at 11 o'clock during the week and midnight. And also, we should establish consequences, a $1 fee, or if the business will just pay a fee and it's not any consequence to them, then the business should be closed for 5 to 7 days. We should have an officer and a manager of the restaurants where the violations are happening, photographs so that we can take and see who the people that are doing it. If it's a repetitive thing, then those people should be fined and given a citation. Change the operation of business locations in the high-density areas, like urban from 3 a.m. to 2 a.m. Change the hours that businesses can stay open. Change it from 3 to 2. Make sure officers know the rules to be followed that are in these districts. In our area, we have
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
parking by permit only, and officers do not enforce this.
Good afternoon, folks.
Afternoon.
I'm Eric Schiller. My wife and I run Gas Bars Grotto in Ybor City. And we've done so for 18 years, and we've been property owners down there for 30 or more. So we have great interest in this. One of you'll hear a lot from the folks about how their business is going to be affected or how they're going to personally be affected, and that's all very legitimate stuff. But what I'd like to talk about is how the taxpayer is going to be affected. If you were to pass this today, and the businesses and the hours and the decibels and the amount of music in my establishment or other people who are here on 7th Avenue, if that is curtailed, it will have a deleterious effect on our tourism and our hospitality, on our hotel room nights, on our convention business in particular, because the conventions are booked nationwide. They call Visit Tampa Bay, and they say we need 5,000 room nights for the third week in August. Well, if we're having problems entertaining people after midnight, and they can't dance, and they can't come to Ybor City, and they can't do these things, no convention person is going to book a convention here. So you're going to cede that business to Orlando, New Orleans, maybe as close as St. Petersburg. And we're not going to get that business. This morning, on item 13 in your agenda, you just gave $2.8 million of taxpayers' money to the convention center. All the taxpayers have an interest in this. The convention center has to be viable. And if you hurt this, you'll have unintended consequences where the tourism business and Visit Tampa Bay and the maids that make the
Thank
beds
you,
in
sir.
the
Thank
hotels.
you. Appreciate your comments.
All right, thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, sir. State your name anytime you can begin speaking, sir.
My name is Chip Williams. I've lived in Ybor almost 19 years, 9 of those within 50 yards of 7th Avenue. I understand the noise concerns of the residents citywide, but unfortunately, I do not think that passing this ordinance solves any of those problems and just creates more. Ybor specifically called out the existing ordinance because of the unique nature of the district. Conventions come to Tampa for many reasons, the energy of Ybor being a big one. Parades have been held in Ybor for years and years because of the character that Ybor brings to the table. Trying to put a cap on that energy, that uniqueness, takes away from property rights that the owners and the operators who have paid so dearly for it. It does a disservice to Ybor and the entire city of Tampa. I urge you to consider the current exemption for Ybor and the nature in which it was created and extend that exemption to include amplified music. Enforcement is an issue. The analogy that keeps coming back to me is that if you have a speed limit of 55 and there are people going 75, then don't lower the limit to 35, enforce 55. The hospitality and entertainment industry have had enough issues the last few years. Please don't lower the speed limit to 35. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hey, state your name, begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Bobby Creighton. First, I would like to thank the members of the City Council who attended the American Dream Fest. Thank you for listening. I'm speaking as a resident of Tampa against the proposed amendments to the noise ordinance, which would arbitrarily limit the sound levels produced in historic Ybor. I would like to acknowledge that I agree that the code should provide law enforcement, businesses, and citizens with a predictable and understandable approach to noise enforcement. The amendment seeks to balance the ability of restaurants and entertainment establishments to successfully operate and the right of residents to enjoy the peace and comfort of their homes, which I think is laudable. However, while I sympathize with community members who may not be comfortable with an entertainment district in their backyard, Residents of historic Ybor were not forcibly relocated to that neighborhood. Many willingly chose to reside there for the same reasons everyone takes pleasure in visiting that part of the city. It is a walkable, urban, centrally located, mixed-use neighborhood with some of the best entertainment options and cultural amenities the city has to offer. But buyer beware, 7th Avenue is frequented not only for its storied history, but also its legendary nightlife. Ybor City is as much a physical place as it is a character in the cultural lore of Tampa. Ybor City has been the raucous, rebellious, wild-beating heart of Tampa's music, art, and entertainment scene for decades. Ybor and all of its loudness is part of what makes Tampa the city that it is, and I believe adopting this amendment would be tantamount to defacing our city's identity. And really, that identity is what these businesses rely on. These businesses aren't just selling beer. They're selling people the opportunity to access an experience that can only be had in Tampa, in Ybor City, given the conditions that it maintains now. The business owners will speak about maintaining their ability to operate. In your consideration of adopting this amendment, my request is that City Council be mindful that Ybor City and its noise are part of Tampa's spirit. This amendment would crush that spirit and maim Tampa's culture. Ybor has always been loud. Ybor has always been weird. Keep Ybor, Ybor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. I've been here since 9 a.m. My name is Mara, and I was born in Ybor City. I've been a lifelong resident of the city of Tampa, and I'm against this ordinance, this noise ordinance. I believe it's going to hurt the businesses, especially in Ybor. I was born there. I love Ybor City, and Ybor City is a tourist attraction. So many people come to Tampa just to come to Ybor, and that's going to hurt us. And I believe that we need to carve out maybe some other areas that we have. We also are a college town, and consider maybe when we're doing planning and zoning that we take into consideration those businesses that have been there for more than 30 years. I know for a fact they have. That when Ybor was nothing, when everybody moved away and Ybor was empty, these businesses came in and brought life back to Ybor City and to Tampa. And they've been a great source of revenue for us. And in fact, the other day I was in my house. I live east of Armenia Avenue, and I could hear the Rolling Stones from the Tampa Stadium. It didn't bother me. What I'm saying is you're going to have noise, and people need to beware where they're buying. We have a lot of people coming in from out of town. They need to research the areas that they're going to be moving in. So I just want to let you know that I'm against this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Belle Amoroso. My husband and I own a business for 20 years now in Ybor City. We own Las Vegas Tattoo Company. And we moved here from Las Vegas. He was the first license in Las Vegas in Clark County and helped to write the health laws governing the county in Clark County to this day regarding that industry. I would like to say we were on Las Vegas Boulevard, which is a very lively street, and we chose Ybor City to move our business to because it was the entertainment capital in our minds of Tampa. And that is the reason why we chose it. And just like in Las Vegas, where they're building all different condos and high rises and all kinds of things along Las Vegas Boulevard, you don't see the culture of the city and the entertainment there changing and getting quieter. People are quite aware of where they're moving to when they're coming into Ybor City. And the tourism in Ybor, like that of Las Vegas, people enjoy going out and having a nice time and going to dinner and dancing and all of the different things that we have in Ybor. And taking that away and turning it into a little quiet little neighborhood that's going to shut its their sidewalks and roll them up at midnight just seems like a very bizarre thing. People are enjoy it. We have all of our wildlife too out there. So it's, you know, we've seen this happen before with the noises over the years. And for myself and my family, we love it. And the tourists love coming. And if you start altering that, just like in other cities like Shreveport, Louisiana, where the sidewalks rolled up, which I'm quite aware of, you're going to end up with something that is quite pathetic, actually. And,
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir. Evening, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Luke LaRoe, 2240 Bel Air Road. I've been sworn, and I have some attendees that have pledged their time to me today. If you'll allow me to use their time for a bit of a more elaborate presentation, I think it would be useful to everyone.
How many do you have, Mr. Rowe? How much time we're talking?
All right, and I will cede the podium to whoever has pledged their time to me, just to give their identity.
So just for the record, this is Candace Calucci, and I pledge my time to Luke LaRoe.
Charlene Berry, and I pledge my time to Luke LaRoe.
Frank Sierra, and I pledge my time to Luke LaRoe.
All right, 5 minutes.
Very good, thank you. You know, I have to say I'm very proud, and it's been my privilege to be here. I believe this is the 5th decade that I've been able to talk to the Tampa City Council about First Amendment issues. And I want to stress that that's exactly what this is for my clients, some business operators in Ybor City. I want to quote some language from a case that I think will set the pace for what I'm going to present to you. And it's a case that was the 2000 Daly versus the City of Sarasota. I presented a series of documents to the city clerk and to the city attorney. I'd like you to receive and file those, but I have a number of cases where, as you could well guess, noise ordinances were challenged and were found to be unconstitutional for a variety of reasons. I just want to stress that I understand the balance that needs to be reached, and I'm not here to criticize anybody, but I think there's a better way to approach this, and I'd like you to embrace this legal background as the framework of what we should accomplish here today. It says, music, which is what my clients present, is a form of expression and communication, and it's protected under the First Amendment. This protection extends in amplified music, and essentially it's within the limits of the Constitution to protect amplified music, and there's a number of United States Supreme Court cases that support that. Here's what I'd like to stress. The government can constitutionally restrict such expression, even in a public place, if the limitations on the time, place, and manner are reasonable. And the reason that I bring that up is that I think the desire to adopt a citywide regulation is a mistake. I think that the city of Tampa is so different in its communities and its neighborhoods, and obviously in those areas of the city that have historically been, for better or worse, entertainment districts reflecting great contribution and investment in various properties. There needs to be an effort made so that these regulations can assist everyone. I just don't think that the one-size-fits-all or the citywide approach is going to help anyone in this process. And obviously I would agree that the whole context here, and I think the case law says it, the goal is to keep the pig out of the parlor. What would be okay from a sound standpoint is not going to be okay in other areas of the city. And the reason I say that is that the way this ordinance is laid out, and with all due respect to my colleagues, they inherited this ordinance. It's easier to pick an ordinance apart than it is to adopt one. But this ordinance has been progressively changed year after year, and the assignment they got really was to try to repair an ordinance that I think has some grave unconstitutional aspects in it. You know, when you look at the different aspects of the ordinance as it was, there are some characteristics that first, and I'm just looking at the amendment here, you're talking identically about Ybor City Historic District, the Channel District, and the Arena District. And then as you go through it, the channel district just gets eliminated and gets thrown into what's referred to as all the other areas of the city. The problem is that the regulations that deal with, quote, all the other areas of the city share the same unconstitutional characteristics of the Catano case, which I provided to my colleagues and I put into the file today. And you want to avoid that. The removal of the warning, the audible noise, all of those very subjective terms are simply not helpful in trying to solve this problem. In fact, it creates more problems. I think it hasn't been since 1996 that we actually had cases in county court here in Hillsborough County, and we filed motions to dismiss just because of the same constitutional or unconstitutional characteristics that we have in the ordinance that has been tried to have been amended for your purposes today. So what I'd like to suggest is, as much as everybody wants to do this now and they want to get something started, and regardless of the 6-month period before the ordinance goes into effect, I would respectfully suggest that we set up a workshop and that we actually look at the zoning maps so that we can do this in a much more surgical and constitutional fashion. Quite honestly, I think the issues with this ordinance can be fixed. You can come up with something that will meet that balance and be constitutional at the same time, but today's not it. We're just not there yet. And I think that some of the issues, if you take the time to take a look, and I'd be happy to provide additional copies to any council member, but you need to read these cases. You need to understand why other ordinances have been unsuccessful, and why if you do this the right way and you make it more surgical, more area, more time, place, and manner specific, you'll be in a much stronger position. Now, I'm not going to argue about any of the issues that have been described before. It doesn't make any sense for someone to get their own decibel meter. The difference between taking a reading from the complaining location, the people that receive the sound, and then in Ybor City you have to take a measurement at the property line, which is usually the front door. There's some distinct differences there, and I think as one of the council members has said, that when you're measuring the sound from that perspective, you get so much ambient noise that it's impossible to try to distinguish
10 seconds,
between.
Mr. Rope.
Well, my 10 seconds, I'll simply say, let's all get together and fix this before something's adopted that will bring on nothing but headaches and litigation. It can be done right. I'm more than willing to participate in that effort, and I appreciate the privilege of addressing you, as I said, for my 5th decade. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, next speaker. State your name and begin speaking.
Victoria Berlarley. So I just wanted to say that a change to this noise ordinance concerns me, an employee of a world-famous tattoo business that has proudly occupied a spot on 7th Avenue for almost 20 years. This won't just affect businesses that generate revenue by being a place people can gather to enjoy music and spend time with family and friends, but will have a chain effect on those of us that reap the benefits of those people discovering our businesses at night. They choose to patron us and they come back year after year. There seems to be no way that people could reasonably be under the suggested decibels if a busy restaurant averages that decibel already suggested. We gather so much revenue through the year from people who visit Ybor for the entertainment district that it is, one that's many wonderful businesses barely survive through COVID closures. We are often compared to a Floridian version of Mardi Gras. I'm concerned that if we lose our music venues, this will cause people, natives and out-of-towners, to lose interest in our beautiful Ybor City. We don't need excessively loud music, but the proposed decibels is preposterous at best. Also, these houses in Ybor are old. You could hear somebody sneeze across the street. I know because I've lived in several of these houses over the years. If you want to live somewhere quieter, pick a suburb, Riverview, Brandon, anywhere else, not Ybor. There are plenty of natives who would gladly move back.
Yeah, hi, Richard Boom here. I have the Dirty Shame on 7th Avenue, and I'm with the Ybor Merchants Association. I support the motion for an exemption for Ybor City. Look, Ybor, when it was initially laid out back in the beginning of last century, there was inclusion for, public spaces and public entertainment. There were courtyards and patios. There were some pretty swinging bands in the clubs back then. And that has always been part of the Ybor vision statement that has been approved by previous city councils. And we don't want to lose that. And I know Captain Owen spoke to enforcement, and with a total of 17 citations in 2 years, it doesn't sound like that problem is that huge. I agree that the individual businesses could be doing more on their own part, and I wish they would. The midnight provision seems to me to be very discriminatory because, as has been mentioned, how would you enforce someone sitting in their backyard after midnight watching TV or a football game? I do have, there are signatures from businesses up and down Ybor City that, literally support this exemption. I think Ybor City should be exempt. And, let's not, we've had a hard couple of years already, so let's not put more stress and strain on the businesses. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Diane Ziegler. I live in East Tampa. I am curious of how other cities handle the noise ordinance. I quickly Googled how does New Orleans handle it, and I think a lawyer should probably look at the legal details, not just web results. However, I live in East Tampa. I'm in a very residential neighborhood. And I chose it for a reason, because it's close to the city but far enough away from, the entertainment district. So it's pretty quiet. It feels more like country. However, there are at least one or more residential homes that are sort of acting like an outdoor nightclub, especially on weekends, Friday and Saturday nights. I think the ordinance, if it passes, would need to cover two things for my sake. It should cover the entire city of Tampa, including East Tampa, and it should also favor, just across the board, an unreasonable level of noise. This particular residence is having very loud music, pounding music with a subwoofer, so I think having a legal description just specifying a decibel level is not going to cover it. The subwoofer is hitting our bodies, our house, it's going through our house, it's going, and this is many, many blocks away, it's amplified, and it's keeping us awake those 2 nights. It's adding to our irritability, poor health. I think a lot of things can go bad real fast. I've Googled other examples of incidences happening when people are so stressed from the loud noise. I think the city has a big issue at hand, but I think for a residential area, it should be pretty across the board. We want to sleep at night. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Edwards. You've been so helpful today. You've been so helpful today. Okay, so if you stand to the mic and say your name and begin speaking.
Is this better? Thank
Yeah,
you.
if you can pull the mic up to you a little bit. No, you gotta, yeah, there you go, sir, there you go.
Thank you. Rick Kugler. I live in East Tampa. And my concern is that this ordinance, although it sounds very good, I'm concerned that it could become obsolete very quickly because I didn't see any language in it that addressed the issue of high-power subwoofers. They don't show up on decibel meters, as far as I know, but they will keep you up at night. They're actually felt more than heard, and there's 2 nights of the week that we cannot sleep in our house. The vibration comes right through the concrete. The actual music is okay. It's not as a high level decibel-wise, but the pounding of the subwoofers is really making our house unusable for 2 nights of the week. I think people do have a right to expression until it eliminates another person's right to sleep and to use their house for their own purposes and to have good health. I think people have a right to use their headlights on their cars, but when they stick it in the front window of people's homes, that right sort of ends. I think people don't have a right to waken their neighbors. People do have a right to wear headphones so they can enjoy their sound at their own volume, but they don't have a right to force feed it to their sleeping neighbors. After quiet hours, whatever those are determined to be, there are headphones, so you can enjoy your own volume at your own speed. And you can leave the sleeping people sleep, and the animals can get back to their lives again. Excess noise is a health issue. Excess noise is also a life and death issue. That was shown last week at Boca Raton. There was a gun discharged. There was a person shot over an issue of too much noise. I don't know the details, but I do know that keeping the peace is more than just waiting for people to get shot, for sure. Keeping the peace in the city is a lot more than simply protecting from murder. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Good
Robert
evening, sir.
Courtney, 2903 West Bay Shore Court, in support of the ordinance. I'm one of many neighbors of the Stovall House that were subjected to an unreasonably loud live band party outdoors for 3 hours on November 20th. We could not get police relief despite 14 calls to police during the course of the party. The background: in September 2018, Stovall was granted a special use permit. It allows outdoor amplified sound at 4 temporary special events per year. The permit conditions state, at all times, the property shall comply with the City of Tampa noise regulations. Stovall House has not complied, as you'll hear. My 2 points. 1, I'd like to illustrate how truly intrusive loud music is at a party like this. At 9:15 p.m., I called a report. I was standing in the backyard. Our house abuts Stovall House across the fence, about 90 yards from the band. The dispatcher said, "I can hear it in the background now. I can barely hear you talking. I'll get somebody out as soon as possible." I'd like to play 2 15-second clips to illustrate what I and the neighbors heard that night. Recorded from my back porch, Robert Courtney, 2903 West Bay Shore Court at 10:07. Secondly, from my backyard. Excuse me. $11. The pulsating bass was distinctly audible in our bedroom. Our windows were rattling.
Give you 10 seconds, sir.
My second point is simply to emphasize what the captain said, which is the 5-minute ordinance requirement. The warning requirement doesn't work for a one-evening party like Stovall, but the immediate citation mechanism would. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Evening.
Council, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate y'all's time and patience. So I'll get right to it. We open air preachers.
Your name, sir? Give me your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ardell Allen.
Okay.
All right, hair crooked. All right. So we open air preachers are proud to have a great history with this city that I'm born and raised in. This noise ordinance, however, does give officers who disagree with our message a chance and an opportunity to marginalize us and use the noise complaint as part of the reason why they don't want us around, and it makes it difficult for us to exercise our freedom of speech. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. It's not our amplified noise that puts the public safety in jeopardy or their health. Neither is it unreasonably excessive noise in Ybor. We're not causing that. So I would like that, we be treated separately from the noise ordinance. If we could have our own ordinance or something like that, because we're not, creating as much of a disturbance. We're not part of that 7,500 complaints that we all received last year. So we just kind of want to be protected in that sense, and also get a little more support from you guys, because we appreciate y'all. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank y'all.
Anybody know this guy here?
Victor DeMille, 1205 North Franklin Street, Suite 103. I'm here representing a lot of clients in Ybor and a few in South Howard. I wanted to actually back up what my fellow Jesuit classmate said, Luke Leroux, that I really believe that my best wish is that we take this ordinance, put a pause on it, have a workshop with the stakeholders, those in Ybor, and maybe some other areas. I think Ybor is unique because for over 100 years, it's been a kind of the heart and soul of Tampa, and it has developed into an entertainment district. And if you want to be a progressive, dynamic city and attract young people and who like to enjoy themselves when they go out, I think this ordinance is very restrictive. I think it has a lot of problems with it. I think it can be fixed. I think it can be tweaked. I think it can be amended. And I think the best thing for everyone to do today would be to take a breath, sit back, and there's no harm. And you have an ordinance now where the TPD, Captain Owen, said that they had 7,000 calls and only 17 tickets. That means if you have a racket going on, and the cops show up and they say, pipe it down, 99% of the time, by those statistics, the current ordinance has worked to some degree. I think it would be a good idea to have Ybor as an entertainment district and figure out how that would work. And I think that would be best because, we're not talking about horses here. We're talking about different areas of the city that are not all identically the same. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Hey, state your name, sir. You begin speaking.
Christopher Lenahan. I'm with Tanger Nightclub, Show Bar, Dueling Piano Bar, and Mama Rosa's Pizza.
You can begin speaking anytime, sir.
One of the things I'd like to say is, what is the one thing that best represents what Tampa is? What is the one symbol of Tampa? It's the cannon. The glorious cannons firing about how loud and proud Tampa is. Over the decades, Ybor has consistently been an entertainment district. Defined by law or not, it is. Ybor fights so hard to hold on to its history. Please, do not gut what it is today, what it's been for a century. Residential and entertainment districts can coexist together. When residents move to an entertainment district, they need to understand what they're moving into, the environment that they are moving to. They have the choice. Every city needs to have an entertainment district. Entertainment districts make it easier and more cost-effective, not only for the city for the police and for city resources, because instead of police running all over town trying to handle issues, designating small pockets allows for easier management by the city. Don't be the fun police, right? Especially for an entertainment district like Ybor. This is not Wesley Chapel. This is not Lakeland. This is not Tarpon City. Ybor is what it is. Do not take away the soul of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You just state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Small. I'm a resident of Courier City, Oscawana. I am here speaking on behalf of Billups Townhome Association. We are located on the corner of Westland and Horatio Street, as I said, in Courier City, Oscawana. We want to say that we love our neighborhood and we expect a certain level of noise and activity being in such close proximity to bars and restaurants. I've actually been there since 2005 and the area has evolved, and we have been very reasonable with everything that goes on there. However, the amplification of the music, the bass, and sometimes DJ over a microphone is and has been a problem now for many, many years. This is an outdoor club and concert situation and is beyond reason with many, many residents on both sides of Howard. It's a nuisance to our neighborhood and quality of life, no matter what hour of the day it is, because it is so loud, especially the bass. As we hear it like a crashing boom inside of our homes. Our neighbors, myself and my neighbors within our townhome group, we have all gone to the expense of installing soundproof windows to make our quality of life better. However, when you are talking about amplified music that is concert quality with such strong bass, there is nothing that is going to keep that from penetrating inside windows and concrete building. We are asking that...
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. One more thing. We are asking that you move forward with the ordinance and that you enforce the ongoing disturbance that is in our neighborhood with with the outdoor concert.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir, you may.
Yeah, I'm not, we don't have time for motions. What I'm going to do is I have them written down. I'll hand them to Mr. Maniscalco, if I may. Mr. Shelby, is that permissible?
If he reads them and the records reflect that, that'll be fine.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you,
So-
Luisi. We
Yes,
appreciate
sir.
you, brother.
And if I may also, for item number 96, I also have a motion for that. I spoke to wonderful Simone, who's done so much, who did great work on that, and I
96.
appreciate that, so that's it. Thank you.
And Mr. Vieira, I'm sorry, Mr. Vieira, I'm just going to also ask that Mr. Maniscalco, when he's done with that, give that to the clerk so it's
I
received
have
and
two
filed.
copies.
You have two copies. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, I'm sorry, ma'am. State your name and you can begin speaking.
Hi there. My name is Stephanie Harrison Bailey. I live on the 1600 block of 5th Avenue in Ybor City. While I agree that changes to the noise ordinance are required, and I understand the desire for simplicity of city code, I don't believe that it makes sense to lump Ybor in with the rest of Tampa with a blanket prohibition on outdoor amplified sound after midnight. Other cities contain mixed-use neighborhoods facing similar struggles, and something that has made sense for them is the adoption of special permits for operators of outdoor music venues. For example, Orlando issues permits for outdoor music venues that are good for 12 months but can be revoked upon a certain number of complaints. I believe Councilman Citro mentioned this in his remarks. While living on Fifth Avenue, I do experience late night noise issues from some operators. I know of many other establishments who have regular outdoor shows and are respectful of their neighbors. I asked you to consider allowing permitted amplified sound after midnight in Ybor within a set of guidelines. Historic Ybor is a village that contains every type of use, and we should maintain a balance between businesses and the residents while maintaining the liveliness that we all love in Ybor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I request the full 3 minutes, as Mr. Shelby said there might be an exceptions for that?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Kathy Francor. I live at 305 South Westland Avenue. I have a list of noise violation calls. These are on Bar Howard, which is one location and one address on Howard. There's 58 calls on here for noise, resulting in only 4 warnings and 1 citation. So I called District 1 asking why there's only 4 warnings. And they said it's probably because that they only gave up verbal warnings and didn't put it in a street check form, meaning that they didn't document the warning. So I went through the whole list of dates and times. There's many instances on here where multiple calls fall within 48 hours of each other and should have resulted in a citation if the officers did their warning properly. So you've got officers who verbally warn but do not physically document it, which is great. The music goes down, but in the long run, it does no good. So you've also got multiple calls that should have resulted in citations, but the officers are not going to take that extra step to see if there's any previous calls within 48 hours, so it doesn't get documented properly. And clearly they haven't. So as a result, you've got repeat offenders. You've got 0 consequences and nothing changes. So if the officers get calls consistently from neighborhoods, and if they actually went out there and enforced it in the wallet, then eventually these calls would lessen. They would be less frequent, and it wouldn't remain the same. So I applaud the city in making these changes. It would help the officers become better suited to handle these noise complaint calls, and it would just simplify the process. You eliminate the warnings, officers that enforce, fines that are given, and offenses become less frequent. And then you have harmonious living. So that leads me to this, per this letter sent to council by Mr. Michelini, that the Soho Business Alliance was never invited to discuss this matter with city staff, and that they request a specific workshop with business stakeholders, and that they want a study required in advance regarding changes. Well, noise is noise and loud is loud. How much more do we have to study that? We've done a workshop before. Some of you were involved in that, and here we are again. So let's just move this forward, and I ask for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye-bye.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Pull the mic up to you. There you go. State your name, begin speaking.
Hi, I'm David Bailey. I live on the 1600 block of Fifth Avenue, and I live about 400 feet from the loudest rooftop bar in Ybor, which is open 4 nights a week, pumping loud music, some nights until 2 or 3 a.m. Most of my neighbors who have issues with this have given up reporting complaints because nothing has been done in the 3 years that they've been open. Since people love to ask the question, I moved in 16 years before they did. So since that time, enforcement has been zero. I think Captain Owen echoed that challenge. The question that I would ask you is, how would you monitor a rooftop bar? Who's going to go up there if you're not installing some sort of remote monitoring for compliance? Councilman Maniscalco mentioned rightfully that 7th Avenue is actually very good at capturing noise in the channel along 7th Avenue. But by definition, a rooftop bar violates that channel. It shoots right over top and goes into the residential neighborhoods. I first started living in Ybor 20 years ago, and I moved there to live in a village where history, culture, music, food, and yes, nightlife could all mix together. And in that time, I've seen great shows at Crowbar, Orpheum, Cuban Club, Ritz, and I will continue to support local music venues. But we have to find a balance where all uses get along. We currently have some bad operators or people who don't see the priority of being kind to their neighbors, but that's where we are. One person mentioned that convention traffic will go to Orlando or New Orleans, and the irony is that these two cities already have very similar ordinances. In order not to punish good operators, I would support what other cities like New Orleans, Austin, and Orlando have done, and it's to have noise by permit, which I believe is something that Councilman Citro mentioned, which can be revoked if we have issues going forward. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right, so you state your name and start speaking.
Sure, Christian Leon. And good evening, everybody. I know you've heard from a lot of people, and I've been thinking about this since I found out about it on Tuesday night. So just to be concise, I'm going to be as practical as possible. I just want to put some solutions. I think the general point after listening to everyone speak is that it's a very complex issue. I think it affects, a lot of people are affected in different ways. There's a lot of different very valid perspectives. Citywide is very difficult because the city is extremely different from one place to another. I myself grew up in Carrollwood Village with a Colombian father who made an extreme amount of noise often. We ended up befriending the entire neighborhood, but it was a process that took a while. I feel like if back then I would have known about Tucker Hall, I probably would have hired Tucker Hall to handle the strategy between ourselves and the rest of Carrollwood Village when the Leones had a party in the Fiesta Room. So I think that this is kind of, the situation is you have a group of people that are having a great time, much like when you're little and you're playing with your friends, and you're going to get in trouble if you go too far. So someone has to be on the lookout, and when that person is approaching, you kind of make sure everything is cool, and then you bridge that situation, you decide when to shut things down. So that being said, as a kind of metaphor for I think where we're at, I think that there's three things to consider that I think would be practical approaches. One would be to have a tiered approach, have different times depending, like Monday to Wednesday, those are similar, Thursday, Sunday are similar, Friday, Saturday are similar. So to have a 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., depending on that, I think would be an approach. And this is, of course, for Ybor City. And for the businesses, and perhaps on Armenia, perhaps on Soho. I mean, there's different areas right now that I think merit, as Councilman Citro said, I do think that there's a desire to take action today or to do something today, at least to have these most problematic areas like Channelside. But I think that a nuanced approach is best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments.
All right, thank you.
That dinner brought in, man.
Now we're getting quick there, see?
That's the last public speaker.
That's it?
Second floor.
All right, great. Oh, she's, hey, hold your horses, gentlemen, we got a
Come on, baby.
whole registry
I'm getting my
here.
second hand. Let's go, baby.
Get our second win here.
Pitch.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Hello, council, can you hear me?
What is that name? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Mr. Robert Yee, is that you speaking?
Yes, council, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Robert Yee. I live at 1218 North Franklin Street, right next to Mole Iawela. I think most of you are familiar with Mole Iawela. The problems we've had, you shut them down in December 2020 for 30 days. They came back, got a new license with conditions and restrictions that would have them operate as a restaurant, but they continue to operate as a nightclub disguised as a restaurant with loud outdoor music on the rooftop bar, and also with that the loud venue that they had attracted large crowds, cars trolling up and down the street, crowds that hung out in parking lots on our property for hours after the venue closed. They urinated, defecated on property. You all heard all of this many times before. What I'm really concerned about is down here on Franklin Street is restaurants that are really nightclubs in disguise. Mole Iawela is a good example. We go to arbitration on 18 January because you overturned the license the city gave them, and they still want to have that outdoor music. Can I share my screen? Is that possible?
Madam Clerk, yes, share it. Yes, sir.
Can you see this screen?
Not yet.
How about now? Well, what I have is a diagram showing the close proximity of Mole Iawela to three
We don't have your screen yet, sir.
Okay, I'm going to talk through it since I'm not sure how long that's going to take to get it up there. I have a diagram showing the close proximity of Mole Iawela to three multi-unit
Mr. Yee,
residential.
I'm gonna give you, Mr. Yee, you need, my clerk said you need to open your file.
Open what, sir?
Open your file.
The screen is
Yeah, my file's
visible. The screen is visible. We see your desktop, so just open the file that you're trying to review.
Okay, wait, maybe I need to put it over here. How about now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
We got it.
Okay, well, in the middle there is Mole Iawela. They are 60 feet from the Franklin City Lofts, of which I'm a resident, 76 feet from the Arlington condominiums, and 31 feet from the residents of Franklin Street. This is over 100 people that are affected anytime there's music of any kind outdoors from this business. Whether it's amplified or not, if it's outside, it's a nuisance. So we've been through that a lot with you, and you've seen that. I'm gonna pull this down for a minute. And also, I'm very concerned about what has been the quasi-covert plans to turn historic Franklin Street into the Franklin Street Entertainment District. Quasi-covert, because I've never seen this in any plan of literature by City Council or the Tampa City or the Downtown Tampa Partnership. But in the 1200 block of Franklin Street, you have three businesses: Bella Restaurant, which I classify as a nightclub in disguise; Lit Cigar Martini Bar, and Downtown Eden Nightclub. These businesses draw tremendous crowds over the weekends that crowd the streets, litter the streets, they park on the sidewalks. There's music emanating from Bello afternoons of Saturday, Sunday, and at the night that we can hear 3 blocks away in my block. So, and these businesses are in close proximity. Bello is in the 915 apartment building. Element Apartments are close by. And also, the Marriott Spring Hill Suites are under construction right now. So I would like something that would get these nightclubs that are really, these restaurants that are nightclubs in the sky.
Thank you, Mr. Yee, for your comments. I gave you a few extra seconds on it, but thank you for your comments, sir.
Okay, thank you, council.
We got Stephanie Pointer? She's cooking something in there, huh?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Another long day with my favorite city councilman. First of all, I want to remind everybody, this is talking about outside, not inside. You can do whatever you want inside. But I also want to remind you, gentlemen, that this is the 18th time this has been before city council. None of these people have shown up before. Why? I don't know, but you need to remember all of those people who came before you the previous 17 times that had an issue, because they were at downtown at 9 o'clock this morning. They weren't able to stay all day long. They had to go to work. These folks, it's money in their pocket if they don't go to work. These folks who are here, it's money in their pocket if they don't show up. So there's a difference. This is probably never going to affect me personally, but as the president of the Inn, I have folks who are going to be personally affected. I was flabbergasted when Ms. Post came up to speak about the changes that needed to be made to this ordinance, because this is second reading. The first time second reading came before you, somebody showed up and said, I didn't know anything about this. And even Councilman Good said, sir, do you know how long we've been working on this? And he said, I sure do. But he had been at City Council 12 of those 17 times. I looked. But here's what's even more interesting to me. Let me finish my thought and then you can go on with everything else. Is that Ms. Post shows up, wants to change everything last minute, and I ask you this. Why are there no meetings registered in the lobbyist report since the November 4th presentation where it was postponed? Just something to think about. Have a good day.
Have a good evening. All right, Ms. Patterson.
Hi, my name is Amy Patterson, and my husband and I have lived in the Towers of Channelside for 9 years. The council has spent hours and hours for several months on this issue. We thank you for your hard work for this and all these other city duties. Wow, what a day. I can't imagine that. I know you're probably exhausted. We aren't asking that music not be played or to roll up the sidewalks. We welcome music and entertainment, and quite frankly, that's why we live here. What we are asking is that sound is at a reasonable and respectable level when it's amplified. You have done a fantastic job outlining solutions to this issue. Please follow it through and sign this ordinance as written. The ordinance is right, fair, and just for the majority of both business and residential growth. And someone said earlier, St. Pete and Orlando have some of the similar outlines. So taking conventions out to those areas is ludicrous. We have music shake our windows, and we're in the farthest tower away from Meridian. Why do businesses need sound so loud that we can hear it in our living room on the 17th floor? Why do people need loudspeakers on their bicycles or outside their cars that we can hear over our TV? Entertainment doesn't have to be obnoxious and disrespectful. Late night, obnoxious noise just encourages all kinds of issues for these neighborhoods. If you prefer that, that's great. Just keep it within your own confinement. When you affect others, that's when it becomes an issue. This is also our right, and you are infringing on our daily living. Find the balance, council. We're relying on you to do that and limit this noise. We need to rely on the council to help this situation. We also have a right to enjoy our residents, and it's not crazy. When it gets crazy out of control, that's when it involves all those around them and has this effect. You need to pass this ordinance because it represents the majority. A pleasant neighborhood will lead to positive business potential that's both vibrant
Thank you, Ms. Patterson.
and respectful to both residents and business. So thank you, and make this something that we can be proud of.
How many, any more? Two more?
Mr. Tom DeGeorge, if you can hear me, please unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
My name is Tom DeGeorge. I am the owner and operator of Crowbar. I opened in 2006. It's a concert venue that hosts touring bands from all over the world. I'm also the spokesperson for the Whitmore Merchants Association and the Southeast Chapter President of the National Independent Venue Association, where I represent 6 states. Small businesses all around the country have struggled greatly over the last 2 years. Crowbar was completely shut down for 7 months, and the tour industry hasn't even come back to normal until October 2021. I'm about 60% of my usual business revenue. Bands get sick and tours get postponed. I just rescheduled 20 concerts that would have taken place in January and February for the spring and the fall. And like other hospitality establishments, our employees get sick and are hard to come by. And we as owner and operators get sick. So we're barely holding on. And I know that the strictest ordinance that I've ever seen in 20 years that I've worked in Ybor City is not the answer. And most of our small businesses, which have already sacrificed and struggled so much while development has continued and big box stores have record-breaking years, we cannot survive any more crushing weight being placed directly on our shoulders. So I would ask that you please not press this ordinance as it is. I think we need a workshop that involves our longtime small business owners in the district that have always served our city. I also would like to see an economic impact study of what this noise ordinance would do. And I believe in the interim, we need to focus on venues that are egregious and nuisance venues and how to stop the blaring car and motorcycle noise from the streets, as well as the parking lot parties. Lastly, I'd like council to consider the hypocrisy of punishing all small businesses while on the calendar we have parades coming up and there's still talk of a baseball stadium coming to our district. These events in the baseball stadium will certainly not be quiet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Last speaker we have is Mr. Michael Womack. If you could hear me, please unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can hear you?
Yes. Good afternoon, I guess good evening by this point. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Michael Womack, and a lot of you know me as the president of the Hillsborough County Young Democrats. I also recently moved out of Ybor after 4 years of being right off of 7th Avenue behind the Dirty Shame. I hope to one day return to the area because I'm so passionate about Ybor City and the nightlife there. I'm against the proposed noise ordinance because of the excessive burden it places on local businesses that make Ybor City great. The proposed decibel standard is simply excessive. A blender, a bustling restaurant, and a group of friends entering Bradley's on 7th is all louder than the legal noise level that's being considered here. When was the last time you were ever in Ybor at 11 p.m. on a Friday night? Everyone would be in violation of this noise ordinance. If this body is serious about addressing the noise in Ybor City and Channelside, I hope they would start by funding quiet zones for the freight trains that blare by several times a day, not with something that would deal yet another detrimental blow to Tampa's nightlife after a global pandemic. It seems this proposal is being predominantly encouraged by transplants who want Ybor City to look more like Hyde Park. Most Ybor residents don't want this, Tampa natives don't want this, and I hope you vote down this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ooh, man. Is that it? Okay. Well, all right. We'll go round robin. We've heard from the public, and see what we're going to come up with. Right now, I have some concerns about the ordinance. I'm just going to be frank, gentlemen. I do, but I'll listen to everybody else, and we'll see what our conclusion will be. But I do have a few concerns. Ms. Mascalco, you're up next. We'll go around the bench.
Thank you very much. I made my comments early on regarding Ybor City and how I think it's a unique situation and how I think we are able to cut it out, not by the historic boundaries, but by the national historic boundaries, which is more focused on that 7th Avenue and on that corridor where you have the bulk of the businesses that would be affected by this. That's it. I mean, I can't support it as is. I think it needs a lot of work. Mr. LaRose spoke from a legal standpoint. I do ask the question, how is this legally defensible? What the litigation is going to be from this? Will it hold up in court as is? Even if we cut out parts, I don't know. I don't know how, if it goes to a lawsuit or whatever, what happens to it. So I'm just not, I'm not going to support it as is because I have a lot of questions. Thank you.
Mr. Rick Knight.
Yeah, and I won't say everything I was going to say, but
we've been, as several speakers have said, we've been talking about this for a long time. Ms. Post also said that it doesn't go into effect immediately. It has time before it goes into effect. Just like with any other ordinance, we have the chance to modify it whenever we want. I'm definitely going to vote for this today. If it doesn't pass, then we've got to make sure that we provide some kind of solution for residents. And it's not about people moving into areas that were party districts and they knew that the sound was there. We've heard a lot from Ybor tonight, but the people that left were the people that live in all the other neighborhoods. And we've gotten, I don't know, 100 or more emails from folks and calls, and we've all attended neighborhood association meetings. They're very upset, and it affects their quality of life. It affects their ability to work, their productivity. And if you took Ybor out of this, 90% of speakers would not have, that spoke just now, wouldn't have a say in it. So we should not decide what to do based on one section of town. I think if we pass this, we can figure this out later. But in particular, in South Tampa, you heard from South Howard. This is the issue that got me involved in neighborhood activism 15 or so years ago. 20, 30 years ago, there were a couple bars on Howard Avenue. I remember John Agri sitting on the side of the road, watching traffic, dreaming of a culinary district on Howard. And part of it is a culinary district, but part of it isn't. And we also heard tonight that the good actors don't want to be punished, and even the good actors identify there are bad actors in different parts of the town. We've got to figure out how to address the bad actors in all of this. And a big part of that is enforcement. Enforcement is an issue on all kinds of issues throughout the city. We have things like leaf blower guidelines where you're not supposed to shove leaves into the storm drain. And I get complaints about that all the time too, because there's nobody to enforce it. We get issues about parking. On this, we've got to figure out how to give police or code enforcement, whomever, the tools they need to be able to put this through. Certainly there will need to be exceptions, performing arts centers and maybe certain other areas. If somebody in the future, if this passed and somebody in the future decided to exclude Ybor, I think it needs to be very narrowly defined. 7th Avenue, 8th Avenue, it should just be very narrowly defined, because Ybor is changing, but also it's never gone, the loudness has never gone beyond a few blocks. The other thing is that, and several speakers said this is not shutting down indoor sound. We're not saying that bars in Ybor can't be open or anywhere else can't be open past 12. We're only saying that if a bar has several floors and the top floor is a rooftop one, you can't blast music on the rooftop. It's not about blasting music inside. You can still do that. You just can't blast music on the rooftop after a certain point. And so, sure, that will reduce revenues, but all the bars and restaurants that have doors and they're not open and they're not using the rooftop, it's not going to affect them at all. We still have the issue with cars that we need to address at some point. We still have issues with sound and leaf blowers. Ms. Post mentioned 1 a.m. versus 12 midnight. I'm curious to see what the opinion is on that. If it doesn't pass tonight, it's moot anyway. In particular, I want to make sure it doesn't affect the port. The port's been there since the beginning of Tampa, and people are moving into, just like they move next to airport, they're moving next to the port. I want to make sure that that's protected. So anyway, I hope that we can find a way to pass this, and we need to protect the small businesses that are here. We need to create at least one or more real entertainment districts in the city, and we need to protect our residents. Thank you.
Mr. Richard, recognized?
Thank you. I am not going to take my time on this, Mr. Chair, and I do apologize for that. I am going to speak my piece. I would like to thank all the people that gave me a great history lesson on Ybor City. I thank you all very much, because I'm not a transplant. Well, yeah, I am. 1974. And Ybor City was an entertainment district, and I don't know further back than 1974, except the fact that I know Centro Estudiano, Centro Español, the Cuban Club, the Afro-Cuban Club, and the Italian Club were the places where people went. Ybor City was a thriving community with cigar workers and thousands of people that lived in Ybor City to walk to those cigar factories. Then all of a sudden, automation came in to make those cigars, and everybody left. There was a time when tumbleweeds would blow down 7th Avenue, even though tumbleweeds aren't native, let's say palm fronds. And in 1974, when I came here, man, what a great place Ybor City was. I remember seeing one-act plays down there where water was dripping from the pipes, but we still put on plays there. Some of the greatest concerts I ever saw were in Ybor City. To this day, the greatest concert I ever saw was Public Image Limited in Ybor City. And then all of a sudden, this reemergence. Great little stores like La France. Three Birds Bookstore. I wonder how many people on the 2nd floor know about Three Birds Bookstore. And then all of a sudden, Central Ybor came along. And then licenses for liquor were handed out like Halloween candy. Now, I was a part of YCDC, and I know Ms. Van Loan is rolling her eyes back in her head. The Ybor City, CRACAC, and it was the #1 mission of that organization to help bring Ybor City back to a neighborhood. And you and I were tree lighting in Ybor City, and I looked around at some of the people who walked their families there. And I said, this is becoming a neighborhood again. Do I want the bars to go away? Oh, no. My love for Ybor as a district in which you can be entertained is still there. My heart is in Ybor City. I got married in Ybor City. But now I'm back to square one. When I went to the staff about this ordinance was those businesses were opening up where their backyard, where their courtyard that had amplified music was a budding neighborhood. And the same question was asked over and over again. Are you going to have amplified music? Are you going to have amplified music? Again, I'm back to square one. I want to keep music in Ybor City. Ybor City is probably our music capital. But to the point that Councilman Carlson made, what is our district going to be for Ybor City? 7th Avenue? No, I think you, and I'm not going to give evidence, but I think you got an Irish pub on 8th. Shall we go down to 5th? Okay, do we go past 24th? And now, there is, I've heard of some other Irish bar that's going to be over. Do we extend the boundary that far? Oh, and by the way, yes, there is going to possibly be some sort of something going in on the west side of Nuccio. Do we extend the boundaries that far? We need to be very careful on how we approach this. My concern is still the infringement upon the neighborhoods by bars and restaurants that have amplified music. Do we leave Ybor City alone? We need to figure this one out. I'd like to see something happen today, coming back, talking about Ybor City, and making sure that we can keep those businesses happy. Mr. Chair, thank you for letting me rant. Staff, again, you all have done a wonderful job. I thank you very much. Again, my main concern is to those businesses that are encroaching upon neighborhoods. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Dingfellow, you recognize, I know you got a list over there.
I've got some suggested motions to propose.
Why don't you get to your comments and maybe your motions are after. Get everybody.
Well, I'll hold off then.
Let me speak and then you can, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know much about Ybor City, but I was born there. And I'm still 3 years old. But let's look at Ybor City. What was it? Full of nice little wooden houses with very little installation, with 99.9% of them no air conditioning, where people walked everywhere, where you had a streetcar system that worked, when you had 3 theaters in Ybor City, the Ritz, the casino, and believe it or not, the Italian club had a theater. So, and you had other live shows at the Centro Turiano, Centro Pañol, the Cuban Club, 3 floors, all of them. And everybody was happy. And you know what? There was music in all of them, one time or another. No one complained, because what? The only speakers they had sent sound from here to there, and that was it. Now you got these $10,000 speakers, you got a $20,000 whatever it is, an amplifier, and what do you have? Music going, blasting everywhere. Now the houses and the apartments and the condos and whatever have insulation, have brick on the outside, sheetrock on the inside, windows, bulletproof, soundproof, and they still hear it. What does that mean? So just understand what's happening everywhere. It's incumbent upon something to do, something's got to happen. And what it is very hard to determine. But when you look at it, what it was and what it is, and let's face it, the ones that brought Ybor City back with the tumbleweed, the prostitution that it had, and the drug addicts, that's what it was in the 70s. And you know who brought it back? The artists. The artists were the first ones to come in and make people feel at home and walk through and buy their wares, and they had a great, until somebody opened up one bar. That's fine. And then what happened? The rent went up in the bar, and somebody bought another building, and guess what happened to the artists? They had to leave because their rent went up. You talk about rent control, there you are. So the amount of money that could have been made by a different product, and I'm not going to mention the product, became more expensive, so therefore the rents went up. So they're the ones that brought back Ybor City to a great extent. Then the entertainment district started to become, Ybor City was an entertainment district without the name entertainment when I was a kid. Everybody had a great time. So these are the things that I'm looking at, and I tell myself, wow, that happened all in a couple of years, a few years, maybe 15 years. However, when I hear, oh, you weren't there, you knew what you were going into when you moved in. Yeah, that's a small minority of it. But a lot of preponderance of equal, I'm going to say, were there before all this happened. And they're the ones that are stuck in the middle. A lot of them knew that when they went in, it was vision. Some people said it, that they knew there was music wherever they lived. And they bought, that's where they wanted to live. So I understand both sides, but how do you get this and condense it to some ordinance that makes sense? That's the problem that we have. And Ybor City is not going to be what it was. And Ybor City and the people moved out for various reasons. Not one, it wasn't the expressway solely that killed Ybor City. There's a lot of other things that happened in Ybor City. But when you look, deterioration of the homes, just different things. Better education, people got better jobs. They moved out to have what? A brick house instead of a wooden house. And so all these things have come to mind as I sit here and listen. And as I was reminiscing all my childhood, I feel like I'm 12 years old again now, and listening to all these things that are going on, and the answer to come back is going to take a lot more conversation and getting together in a workshop before you come to something that's acceptable to everyone. And I'm not trying to play favorites one side or the other side. We have to have something that we can say, here's the finished product. This is, Ybor City is not going to change for many years to come. Tampa has gone way up. #1 place now in America to move to. I believe that's what I've seen and read many documents. And so we have to understand that people move here for the lifestyle. They move here for music. They move here for education. They move here mainly for the weather. And these are the things that, you know, we created No, people created all together in sometimes a simple situation where you say, we want to change the things, and they change it, and the city has become much more populated and mainly better. But it is what it is, and how do we solve these problems is what we're wrestling with. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Dingman, before I get to you, I see you got about 6 things on there. Let me just say this. The rooftops. The rooftops have become the popular thing now. And there should be a time limit because that does amplify out all over the place. And there should be a time on that rooftop where you need to cut that off. So I totally agree on that. You know, I heard people talk about the special permit, you know, for the outside music. Mr. Citro, you know, I guess you researched that and came up with that as well. There have been a lot of years of conversation. I don't know if there ever been actually a workshop with the public per se in these communities or whatever to see what will be a fit for all. It'll never be perfect. It'll never be perfect. But you got the business owners who said they've set up shop. How do we make sure that they comply, get them in a room? These are some rules. What do you believe? Then you have the communities. You have Franklin Street where now, you know, I've had all the complaints about the bars and on Franklin Street and the houses, the apartments are right across from the bars. And then you got the rooftops outside. Should rooftops be allowed in those residential areas? There's so many different variables here. We talk about, the gentleman talked about the car music with the woofers. He's right. You got the tweeter and the woofer. Well, a woofer, you ain't, you know, I don't think the decibel will categorize that in the system. And it does shake your house. Mr. Clay Daniels, you guys have seen Mr. Daniels here multiple times about that woofer shaking his house. What is the fit for that? Then we talk about the last portion of Mr. Carlson talks about enforcement. You know, you look at most of the cars, most of the cars, not all, are African Americans who have cars with the woofers inside. Then you have to hear where the police are stopping black people writing tickets. You're in it. You know? So there's so many different variables when we deal with this noise, but I do think we're gonna have to do something. But I think looking at this permit situation Mr. Citro came up with might be an ideal thing. Looking at rooftops to say there's a certain hour that, you know, you may have some people on the rooftop, but you just can't have that music on that rooftop. And it can't be, you know, amplified out. I mean, that is the new thing now. COVID is coming. That has been the popular thing now for people to be outside now in front of businesses now with music. A lot of patios now. And then again, we talk about an entertainment district. Regal said we don't really have a defined entertainment district, but we all know where our main, where people come to Tampa. They want to come to Ybor City. They're not coming to Tampa to go downtown, Miranda. They want to see where Ybor City, they want to see where the chickens are. They want to see all of that. So, you know, I think it will come a point in time, Mr. Carl said, we will need to define, if this is the case, if we're moving neighborhoods to find a place where these bars can be a hub to, everyone can go, no matter where you live at can go, and you can party, hear the loud music, and we won't have to worry about that eventually, maybe one day. I think that's a great idea, because other cities do have those type of entertainment districts. But for me, I think we got to do just a little bit more work to craft it up to get there. I think we're getting there. We're getting the conversation now. We're really getting to the meat of it. But I think to really get there, we got to just look at, again, these rooftops. Maybe these permits that we talk about, and define what areas is actually an entertainment district to where you can carve out. That way, everyone won't say you're being biased to one community versus another. I'll let you have it now, Mr. Dingfellow. I see you have a long list there, sir.
Just some ideas, and I don't know, Mr. Maniscalco, did you read or tell us what Mr. Vieira left?
I don't think it has anything to do with
Oh, not the noise?
issue. No, it has nothing to do with
Okay.
this, no, sir.
Pardon me, may I just offer 2 thoughts
Yes,
before
ma'am.
you proceed? I appreciate all the comments that have been made by the council members and the public. And just to reiterate, and we might be beating this more than necessary, but I thought the 2 most vital things I think represent from the staff's perspective. The first is relative to the outdoor amplified. Outdoor. So any noise, music, whatever activities are going on inside, does not affect. And amplified. So loud talking, voices, a lot of the things we heard, even on rooftops, that's not part of this. This is about amplified. Bands, DJs, booming speakers, some of those things that have really started to become more egregious. So just bear that in mind. But lastly is whatever direction you take this, and we're supportive of passing it as is today, or reconsidering or modifying. All of this, what we brought forward was simply what you had directed us to bring forward. So we are open to the continued discussion. But I would very much urge on the enforcement component to listen to what Captain Owen set forth. Wherever we end up, whatever the rules or regulations will be, we need to ensure that TPD has an effective way to enforce. And the current rule is not effective. And Captain Owen was probably being somewhat modest about their ability. They have really had the legs cut out from under them. And again, this is by our most egregious offenders. Those bars and restaurants, the vast majority of them that do comply, this is of no concern to them because they're not being cited or warned. But for the egregious offenders, the police have ended up in a spin cycle of that warning with a waiting period and so on. So that would be, I think, our couple of requests, wherever you take this, is to really enable us to strengthen the enforcement component so that it will really matter where you end up. Thank you.
Think for Whitmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I've stated many times, probably over the last 15 years, this is one of the toughest issues we ever have to deal with. And part of it is that the city is so diverse in terms of what's going on. You can have the quietest little sleepy suburbs, up in New Tampa, all the way down to the thumping, vibrant heartbeat of Ybor City, et cetera, and everything in between. So I don't think one size fits all works very well. But it's a huge quality of life issue. Because if you can't sleep at night because something's keeping you up, music or barbells slamming or what have you, and we hear about all of them, right, Bill? Your quality of life is ruined. We need to help TPD with the enforcement, and I'm not trying to get in their way. But I wrote down a couple of ideas specifically. Again, as I said an hour ago, I think the channel district change that's proposed in the draft ordinance or the ordinance that we approved on First Amendment, making channel district not be a DB red area but be a reasonable standard, as Susan has it, we should leave alone. Secondly, and this is based upon testimony on both sides in the Ybor area and the Arena area, but mainly Ybor. But this is going to be more and more in Arena too, because Arena's changing. We got Water Street there. When you got entertainment next to those apartments, the new apartments that are probably hardly occupied yet, but in the next year or two, they're going to be heavily occupied. So the Arena district is going to be perhaps similar to Ybor. But anyway, in the Ybor and Arena district, I would accept the proposed step down as it's written today, but I would modify it slightly because somebody has almost made fun of this 75 dB thing and says it's like the sound of a blender or something like that. So so what I would propose is changing that. So from 6 p.m. to 1 a.m. it's 85. It's currently 85. Leave it at 85. From 1 to 2 a.m. we step down to 80. And then after 2 a.m. drop it to the 65, which is being proposed anyway, from 2 a.m. until the next day at 6 p.m. it's not as big a drop down as going to the 75 dB, but it is a drop down. So that's a sort of a compromise. The next suggestion I have relates to what is Ybor? How do we describe Ybor? Clearly that big Ybor map, that's the Ybor Historic District, is way too big. If we're gonna carve out an Ybor that's an entertainment area, as I said earlier, I would propose I-4 to the north, Highway 60 to the south, Nucio to the east, and 24th Street to the west. It's not perfect, but it's kind of a rectangle and something easy, I think, for TPD to get. In regard to the 5-minute warning, and Carol, I apologize for this one, but I've been thinking about it a lot for the last hour. I think a warning is important, and I think a warning within the code is important, because we don't want to be the kind of city that says, aha, gotcha, without a warning. We want to work with businesses, and especially these clubs and restaurants have had a hard time in the last 2 years. So we don't want to be, we don't want to be miserable. So let's include the 5-minute warning in there. But once they get that warning, they don't get another warning under what I've written here. They wouldn't get another warning for 30 days. Okay? So from then on, for that, and the guy, so if the officer comes by the next day and the guy says, well, you didn't warn me. Well, I warned you yesterday. Okay? Or I warned you a week ago. And that was good enough. So I would say give them a 5-minute warning, but that warning is good for 30 days. They don't get another one. They don't get to be annoying night after night after night and be loud and then fix it when the cop comes and then be loud the next day.
But what happens is that officer must put that
in the report
in the street check. He goes there for music. They need to have to write a street check report saying we've been there. So when the other officer says we've been there, he pulls it up.
Right.
We were here yesterday. We were here 10 days ago.
But the technology is there.
Yep.
The ability to tag that building with those comments, I'm sure, is there. It just has to be done. And then the last little note I have here, as related to this notion of no amplified sound after midnight citywide, I would say we carve out an exception for the Arena District and the Ybor District. Because we've got an exception up there. If we leave them in the DB category, we acknowledge the fact that those are unique, perhaps louder areas, but we protect the rest of the city a little bit more with this no amplified sound after midnight. And I think there is a good justification for those carve-outs. I mean, I think we've all acknowledged that certain parts of town are going to be louder and more musical and entertainment and that sort of thing. And I think right now that's Ybor and the Arena District. I definitely would not include Howard Avenue, and I think it should be no amplified sound after Howard Avenue. I used to live over there, and I lived a mile away from Howard, but if the wind was blowing in my direction, I could hear that thumping at certain clubs and stuff at 1, 2 in the morning. And that wasn't, and that wasn't fun. So anyway, so I don't know, I think what I've heard from Susan Johnson-Velez and from council is, clearly we can't do this today. Clearly we got to go back to the drawing board a little bit. I think Ms. Johnson-Velez says, why don't we come back for this as a workshop, and she could bring us perhaps a draft that we would vote on tonight tentatively with direction, and then direction draft tonight, and then you could bring that back at a workshop. We could finalize at the workshop and come back.
But Mr. Dingfellow, by doing that, you got to look the other step forward, because you got to look at bars being in residential areas. You got to look at that the one footstep in the other, because then you talk about these rooftops. That's the big thing with some people. We have to look at what's happening now.
But the rooftops would get hit by this no amplified sound after midnight, unless they're in Ybor or Arena.
My thing is again, and going looking at the special use permit as well. You know, it may need to be permanent to be on the rooftop to do that.
Well, we can always, continue that down the road, but I'm just trying to say, what can we do now to try and do our best
We can
over
try
the
to put
next.
something in, but I just think eventually we still gotta keep working the
I'm
craft.
totally, listen, you guys come up with the good ideas, but I don't think those are things we can accomplish quickly. I think these changes, we can take the document that's in front of us, we can tweak it with some of these changes that I believe might be a little bit of a compromise.
Let's see what Captain.
I want to listen to the captain, but I say, and I agree with some parts of Mr. Dingfelder's. What happens in the next second 30 days? What happens on the third 30 days?
Every 30 days, they could get a new warning.
On that point, pardon the interruption, we have Captain Owen who's jumped back on. If you wouldn't mind, I think he could weigh in on that, just on that point. Thank you.
Captain Owen's recognized, sir.
I just wanted to follow up with you. As far as the 30-day warning, what is your expectation from giving them that 5-minute warning? How long does that stand? Is there going to be any kind of a 1 hour or a 2 hour window where that warning stands for that period and then they don't get another one for 30 days? What is your expectation in that? Are you going to stick with the 48 hours? I'd kind of like to understand what your thought process is with that.
No, well, I mean, I'll accept any suggestion you have. My thinking is that officer goes out and gives that 5-minute warning. Right after we adopt the ordinance, says, okay, I'm going out, I got the complaint, you're too loud, here, you got my 5-minute warning, okay? He circles back 5 minutes later. If they've fixed it, fine. If he gets another complaint an hour later, he cites them. If he gets another complaint for the next 30 days, he or his fellows continue to cite them. And then after 30 days, okay, maybe they need to maybe they need to crank up a warning again. That's what my thinking is on that.
What's the cost?
Understood.
What's the cost of?
Citation.
Citation is $150, Susan, you said, first offense?
Susan Johnson Velez, yes, the first violation is 150, and then it goes up there, I think, to 300, and then 450 is the highest level, and it stays there at 300 after. I'm sorry, 450. So
that's 10 people maybe 10 people going to the club that one night, and I pay that.
That's chump change.
Well, I don't know if we can increase that under our code, can we?
there is a table in the code that establishes those fees, so.
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
Could I just please, we've had lots and lots of meetings on this, we've had hearings, we've had the opportunity for people to speak. We approved this at first reading, it's at second reading. I think if we don't approve something, it's going to signal to the community that we're not serious. I would rather approve this today, and if we need to set up 30 days or 60 days from now for the staff report back from some town hall meetings they have in Ybor to tweak it. But at least if we approve it today, all we have to do is vote yes today, and it's in place. And then how long until it goes in effect?
6 months.
It'll be 6 months from the date of adoption.
So if they came back in 30 or 60 days with some tweaks, we still had plenty of time. But at least today
I
we're
can live that. I can live with that. I just don't want we put it into play and I got people losing jobs in some of these entertainment districts.
Well, there is the 6 month postponement of the effective date, as Mr. Carlson has mentioned, and any changes to the ordinance that you make tonight that change it from what it was at first reading, which it sounds like it definitely would, we would have to take back to first reading. So unless you approve the same ordinance that was presented to you on first reading, we would have to,
Joe, could I just
in
say
all
one thing?
likelihood.
I wasn't aware of this 6 month implementation. In light of that, I might be okay to go with that, but within the next 30 to 60 days, I think we need to revisit some of these tweaks.
We will.
Is staff okay with that? I'm
Sure.
happy to make, it sounds like it needs to be 2 motions. I'm happy to make them if you all want. But the staff would hold whatever meetings they need and then come back to us in 60 days with recommendations on how to tweak it.
I would prefer that, and that would give us time to digest all of council's comments this evening at this public hearing, and if you wanted to adopt the ordinance as it's presented, and then make a motion afterwards in how you would like us to proceed after that.
And if I may, Mr. LaRue Esquire actually said some points that he would be willing to help, so he can go out to these establishments in Ybor, take their ideas and bring them back.
We're happy to entertain any
My
ideas.
only other question, Mr. Chairman,
We recognize?
is if we make these tweaks, let's say next, we adopt this tonight, that second reading is done, 6 months from now it goes into effect. If we make these tweaks, let's say 60 days from now, 90 days from now, do we have to do it? Does that push that 6 months out further, or can that just be incorporated in this is gonna be go into place in, July 1st or whatever?
Well, and we can certainly talk about the best vehicle to achieve what you would like, but I don't know if it would be rescinding the ordinance that you would adopt tonight, or if
So
it
we
would
don't
be
really know the
amending
answer
it
to that yet.
well, correct.
I think we wouldn't, I'm not a lawyer,
You
sorry.
could,
but I think
could
we
certainly
would-
rescind it and
Rescind it.
adopt a different ordinance that provides some of these carve-outs and the things that
We'd
you
amend
discussed this
the
evening.
ordinance.
Yeah, couldn't we just amend it?
Or amend it, right, exactly, you could,
And then that would require first and second reading?
correct, for,
Okay.
yes. It would be another
We still would have
ordinance
plenty of
altogether.
What I prefer to see, if we do this, I prefer that they get with the neighborhood engagement, Janelle and her group, to be able to talk to some of these community groups as well. And I know the police department has their, I can't think of the acronym, that they talk with the businesses and things like that. And that way you get all those ideas together while listening to some of council ideas, and then try to craft something down the way. That way everyone's had their input into the ordinance now.
Agree, and I would just suggest that whatever method is the appropriate one, to supersede if there is a subsequent change that is desired, that we build in a sufficient amount of time, lead time, whether it is an additional 6 months or something close to that. But if the process of amending gets too close to that time period, I think it is imperative that wherever we end up, we have a sufficient amount of time, something close to 6 months, to allow all the businesses and the residents and everyone and the police department to adapt and adjust.
You're gonna volunteer to come back and shepherd this for the next year or two?
She's teaching, brother, what are you talking about?
Feels like I'm not gonna be able to leave.
Good. You can check out, but you can never leave.
All right, so who wants to go ahead and fly this bird so we can land it?
I'll make them. Somebody else want to do it? I'll do it. Which one is it?
Number 70.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Captain Owens, are you finished? Did you want to
I
add
had just
anything more?
one question. With regards to the 30-day warning, so when you all were talking about the fine amounts and stuff like that, I thought about last year, we only had 1 second citation issued to an establishment. So in the event of that 30-day warning, do we want to leave an open avenue there for someone who is getting a second citation, or some of these bad actors? I mean, we kind of want to future-proof this a little bit for any new incoming establishments, so we don't have to revisit this and do this all over again later. Do we want to put some kind of mechanism in there for that, to kind of go along with what Councilman Dingfelder was talking about with his 30 days? If there's no violations, we have no problems, we go on, they get a new 30-day warning. But if there's continued problems, we want to carry that in order to allow it to proceed.
Captain, the good news is, as of tonight, it looks like we're just gonna go with deleting the warning pursuant to your, probably, I think it was your suggestion. But then, if that's where Mr. Carlson's going, but then, down the road, we'll probably have to revisit this.
Understood.
Mr. Chair,
You recognize?
if you don't mind, what I'd like to do, and for anybody watching, I will make this motion, but I think at least I and others want to see that I'm allowed to make a second motion just after that would say that we would come back and make some tweaks or amendments to
Do we
it.
start with the second one? That way I'll feel comfortable.
Can
that
I do the second one first, or?
Sure.
I'd like to make a motion that if item number 70 passes, that,
Can't do it that way.
Yes, you can.
Do it that way.
okay.
Why not?
I'd like to make a motion for staff to return in 60 days. Is 60 days enough? Can you do it in 30 or 60?
30 or enough.
No,
No, 30 is not enough, no.
Okay, so March, how about March 3rd? I'd like to make a motion that staff would return on March 3rd.
Sorry.
You wanna do a workshop?
I think you do have to read the title and move the ordinance, is my understanding, and then make
Okay.
a motion. Because
The problem with that, Mr. Shelby, is I'm not gonna support the ordinance if I don't have a guarantee that we're coming back 60 days from now at a workshop to address it. So I don't see any problem with some sort of contingency motion.
Go for it, we'll see what happens.
I don't think it's gonna be 60 days, because again, they're gonna need to be able to get with the police department and their group, to be able to talk to some of these business owners,
90 days.
chambers, you gotta talk, maybe Janelle's group will have to talk to, go out and talk to business. There's a lot of things that make happen. So I don't think 60 days will do it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't wanna rush them on it. There's a lot of,
Do 90 days.
Well, then that may require the ordinance, states within the ordinance, the effective date is 60 days, is that right?
No, 6 months.
Excuse me, 6 months. I'm sorry. Yes, that's right, 6 months. Well, then even if it's not done within 60 days, it's still, you have the time before the ordinance takes effect. So it's sort of like, and the truth of the matter is that right now, you don't have a law to amend.
That's right. We have to take the ordinance first.
And just to clarify, if we do this at a workshop and we decide to come back for first reading, then what's that, 2 weeks later? I mean, if we need to, we can put it urgently on our schedule, 2 weeks later, first reading, and then 2 weeks later, second reading. So within 30 days after the workshop, we could conceivably have it completely done.
That is staff resource driven, so that's a question for staff. I would suspect you can, I suspect if it's council's desire to do what was stated today, the staff has clear direction. It can be workshopped, it can be brought back, it can be brought to the stakeholders, and council should be able to, I don't know how.
Within a 6-month period.
And within a 6-month period. And by the way, if there's a problem down the line, then you can adjust, as was asked, the effective date in the new amended or superseded ordinance.
Got that, Mr. Carlson? You got it?
So can I make the second motion first?
My suggestion is everybody trust their colleagues that the second motion will follow the first motion, which is passing the
Can I
ordinance.
do a straw vote?
Sure you can. You want to do a straw vote? Go ahead.
The legend has something to say.
I'd like to ask the legal opinion of the attorneys, because how can you add something to an ordinance that's not an ordinance?
So the attorney just said I can do a straw vote. So if I make a second if this passes and I make a second motion that will ask staff to come back on April 28th workshop to give us a report on the meetings they've had in Ybor and other communities to suggest amendments to the ordinance. How many, show of hands, how many people would vote for that?
Who says you can't do it?
Mr. Chair.
Who says you can't?
We can't do a straw vote?
Mr. Chair,
Sure you
we're-
can.
Mr.
Point of order, Mr. Miranda.
I asked the legal
floor.
department to give us an opinion. Can you add something to an ordinance that hasn't even been brought up?
It's not adding to the.
No, but that's why we're doing a straw vote instead, so that we would have an idea.
Mr. Chair, we are discussing this, and more than it would take to vote on an ordinance. If you would like me to, I will read the ordinance.
No, you're gonna read it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think,
Yes, Ms. Velez.
Do you want?
Ms. Velez, go on.
I think Mr. Miranda wanted his question answered.
Susan Johnson Velez, I think the better course of action is to adopt the ordinance and then make the motion to
Mr.
direct
Chair,
us to work with.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move file number E2021-8, Chapter 14, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, relating to the regulation of noise, making revisions to the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, Chapter 14, Article 3, noise, amending Section 14-151, purpose, amending Section 14-152, definitions, amending Section 14-153, unreasonably excessive noise from a property prohibited, Ybor City Historic District, Channel District, and the Arena District, amending Section 14-154, unreasonably excessive noise from a property prohibited, all other areas, amending Section 14-159, enforcement, creating a new Section 14-164, outdoor amplified sound from any property prohibited, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict therewith, providing for severability, providing effective date.
Second.
Second by Mr. Citro. Roll call vote.
Viera, Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
No.
and Goods.
I'll vote yes.
Motion carried with Maniscalco voting no and Vieira being absent at vote.
All right, but now you're gonna go with your second motion,
So the,
that we have the community engagement, we have all those things during that period before the 6-month period starts, and then we'll be able to make those adjustments that will probably entail EBOR, probably maybe a permit for 30, whatever.
I thought we had agreed on either 60 days or 90 days.
Yeah, but you got 6 months.
I know, but we got 6 months, but if we split the baby and say 90 days
Well,
from now, that we're
we
gonna get back here and start talking about what.
we said 60 or 90 days. The workshop that's around that time is April 28th.
Oh, well,
So
okay,
they would,
well, yeah,
so Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we ask staff to meet with the community based on the community input and discussion tonight, and in particular, EBOR community, and return to us at the workshop on April 28th to discuss recommended amendments to the ordinance that we just passed.
Second.
And, yeah.
No.
If I may, I believe, and respectfully, if, I think the message that we're hearing from you is that the balance of the ordinance as written is generally acceptable, but we need to further review the outdoor amplified and the 5-minute warning components. Is that fair?
Say it again?
I defer to you.
I think there are a lot of things that were heard tonight, and you all may go huddle and think about it. My intent is for you all to go back out and meet with the public based on what you heard, and come back. You worked for Bloomberg and other folks have lots of great experience. You all come back with your, you won't be here, but you will give us your input and advice before then, and let us know, based on the discussions you've had in the community, what are the ways that we can tweak this?
I guess what Carol was trying to say is
I'm
the three issues that I mentioned are the DB step down, actually 4 issues. The DB step down, the geographic description of EBOR, the warning, the 5-minute warning, and the no amplified sound after midnight. Those are the 4 issues that
I think I've got a little confused. This ordinance is not gonna take effect until 6 months, correct?
Correct.
Because I wanna make sure we're not passing it, and right now I start to hurt folks on jobs. So that's my biggest concern. So now if we're saying that 6-month period and you're giving them 90 days to go do further research and whatever, I'm good with that. But I don't wanna pass something and I'm gonna hurt people.
You're correct, Chair. Nothing takes effect today. Nothing
Mr. Chair, the
changes
idea-
today.
The timeline, as we talked about it hypothetically, was we would come back, the staff would go meet with the community, come back on April 28th. We would have a discussion about the amendments, not replacing, but just amendments or tweaks to this. And then, based on that, we would ask staff on that day to come back with an ordinance that they would come back with maybe 2 weeks later.
Superseding the original?
Not superseding, just amending.
Okay.
You would have to supersede it.
I'm sorry, let me just.
Go ahead, Ms. Velez.
Susan Johnson Velez, Assistant City Attorney. So I think I can assure council that we will follow the same path that we always do in the many motions that you make and that direct us to do something. So we will review the transcript of this hearing along with all the public comment and, digest it and come back with recommendations. I think we'll be able to cipher out what you all are interested in, the areas that you're interested in, and we will make outreach to the community and come back with some recommendations for you at that April 28th workshop.
The most important thing, I think, for most of us is now the neighborhoods are protected, but the area, we're also concerned about small businesses, and they're gonna come back with some recommendations.
And we can make recommendations on whether you need to supersede certain aspects of the ordinance that you've just approved, or how that should be handled as well.
But if hypothetically, if we discuss on April 28th, we come back 2 weeks later with first reading, 2 weeks later with second reading, then by the end of May, the thing is completely done, and that's still within the 6 months anyway. But along those lines, we'll decide whether we're going to extend it or not. But anyway, by the end of the year, this will be fully in place with amendments.
Gentlemen, please don't pack your bags. We got at least 4 more items on this agenda.
Did you did you pass the
Mr. Chair, should I make a
Oh,
motion?
Yes, we
Okay.
should.
I don't know if it's-
I would like to make a motion that, and sorry clerk if I don't get this exactly the same. I'd like to make a motion that we ask city staff to go back to the community based on the feedback today from the community and council to hear from the community again and come back on April 28th workshop with recommended amendments to the ordinance that we just passed with the idea of amending them going forward.
Second.
Mr. Carlson has made his motion. Mr. Dingfelder has seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Roll call.
You want roll call? You want roll call, Ms. Shelby? All right.
Why not?
All right, your roll call.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Vieira, Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
and Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried with Maniscalco voting no and Vieira being absent at vote.
That was painful, wasn't it? Thank you, ladies.
Thank you all.
I hope staff is still at their computers. Item number 93.
I received an email from Chief Tripp. She stated that she emailed council members an update, but she has another engagement that she has to do.
All right, so we'll take that, and then we'll make sure she gives the update next council meeting on that. Most of the stuff we continued already. We continued from the previous. We gotta get them off the table.
Okay.
We gotta get them
97
off.
might be a long one,
Yeah,
so
we
we could keep it or continue.
We gotta get them off.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a recommendation? Unless there's a question, 94 is something that is really easily taken care of unless there are questions, but otherwise it is something that normally would be on the consent docket, but for the amount.
Move the resolution.
All right, Mr. Maniscalco has moved it. Second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Mr. Chairman, as
95 has been cleared up.
As I look at 96, 97, 98, and 99, and 100, I think all of those could be continued to February 3rd.
No, 100 has to be decided today because I've
Which
got
one?
questions from the administration and Mr. Shelby. 96, did Mr. Vera leave any questions for you?
Yes, he has a motion here. I guess I'll make it now. On
Uh-huh.
item number 96, the complaint registry for landlords, motion to it for, come back in 90 days, which is April 21st, under staff reports, with an update on efforts to further streamline logging complaints.
All right, Mr. Maniscalco made a motion. Second, Mr. Dingfelder. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. All right, 97 was your real estate and single source. They were kind of upset already. We put it off a couple of times now. So are they on the line? Mr. Spearman there? They're here? All right.
I am
Brad's
here.
Wait, was there a question to Mr. Carlson whether or not he wanted to do this tonight, or?
No, I was told earlier, that's we wanted him in for it, remember? Earlier today. Now, he's here now, so let's run it.
I think the idea was to have the head of real estate and the head of contract administration.
Right. That's correct.
You got contract administration.
Because Mr.
No,
Spearman
we don't.
presented, remember the genesis of this was Mr. Spearman. Mr. Spearman presented a few months ago, and then we said, since there are two other departments that have procurement, why not get the other two to come talk
That's correct.
single bid contracts also.
So I guess we'll have to table it now because it was directed that he wanted contract administration and Mr. Spearman to speak on this subject matter. I know,
Contract administration and real estate.
real estate, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
All right, you may.
Yeah, I did submit a memo back on October 1. I'm sorry, Brad Baird, Deputy Administrator of Infrastructure. I sent a memo back on October 1 that addressed this issue in lieu of showing up, and it was sent through both Gene Duncan and Carol Post that oversee both of those departments. And basically the memo says that the Contract Administration Department only awards design and construction contracts via competitive methods, and that neither CAD nor real estate division initiates or engages in any process regarding single source or sole source designation.
All right, so the question, Mr. Carlson, are you satisfied with what he's telling you in his memo? Or do you want more?
Not at all. I think this is a really important, part of the genesis of this also is our budget committee came to us and said from their analysis and their meetings with the departments that many contracts, especially in contract administration, have not been put out for bid for a long time. For example, there are pre-qualified companies that have been on the list for 20, 30 years and new companies are not being invited in. I think this is a much longer conversation.
Yep.
The people in charge of it should be here. We also should have representatives of our budget committee here.
All right, so we need to continue that, and you want a date for that, sir?
This is this is one of the most important things in the city. We have one example this morning where people are alleging that I don't know the details of it, what actually happened, but the community is alleging that it wasn't fully put out the bid in the right way, and even if there's one contract of any kind that we put out and we don't get multiple bids and we pay $1 million too much, if I remember correctly, the budget per year for the sidewalks is $600,000. We could triple the sidewalk budget almost if we saved $1 million in purchasing, and if we save $5 million, we could double the amount of roads that we repair every year. And so
it's late, Mr. Carlson. It's late, and if you want to try to get a couple of these items out of the way, I think we go ahead and go continuous on this and get the right people here who you want here. Can you give me a date, Madam Deputy Clerk, for Mr. Carlson, so we can have this back? How far out you want it, sir?
Should we just continue it to a workshop? Is there a workshop in February, for example? That one's full.
That's full. That was full.
How about
very full?
Okay, March 24.
March is charter. So it wouldn't be April until you got a workshop, Mr. Carlson.
I think it's going to end up being. So I'd like to make a motion that we move this item, set 97, to the April 28th workshop and include the head of contract administration, the head of real estate, and also our budget advisory committee, either representative or the committee.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Mr. Carlson, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Thank you, Mr. Beard. Sorry to keep you up so late.
Thank you.
Mr. Maniscalco, you want to talk about your McFarland cameras, correct, sir?
Yes, sir, and the reason is, and I understand with COVID and everything in between, but it's been well over a year, and the neighborhood is asking, and at McFarland Park, there has been quite a bit of crime, vandalism and whatnot. And again, the neighborhood wants to know when security cameras are going to be put in place to help deter some of this crime. If you saw the new murals that were painted and unveiled in that park, the investments that we've made on the playground equipment that we saw over the last year, Councilman Goose was there with me, and Councilmember Vieira with the mayor and whatnot. But still, it's a beloved neighborhood park, and the neighborhood wants to know, so they can give an answer to the neighborhood association when the security cameras will be put in place, because we've seen an uptick in crime, uptick in vandalism, and I'd like to give them an answer.
Is anybody from Parks and Rec here, Miss Wynn or Sharisha? Nobody's logged on? All right, let's go ahead and table it, because he wants to answer on that, so let's go ahead and table it to the, when's the next council meeting? February 3rd?
All right, if in the meantime I speak to the chief of staff, you know, then we'll have it resolved by then, but I'll reach out to them. I'd like to get an answer to this neighborhood association. They've been very, very patient. so.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Rather than table, it would be a motion to continue, if that's council's pleasure.
February 3rd.
All right, thank you. A motion to continue this item number 98 to February 3rd under staff reports.
All right, and second by Mr. Randall. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. All right, Mr. Dingfelder has left the building for item number 99. Who do we have on staff for that project?
Chairman, it's Sal Ruggiero, Deputy Administrator for Infrastructure Services.
All right, Sal, let's go ahead and, Mr. Dingfelder's left, but we'll go ahead and see what your report is, what you had to say. So I don't know all what he wanted to ask, but go ahead and tell me what you got going on for 99, sir.
Sure, yes, sir. So the motion is staff to report on additional solar panels. And that came up on the November 4th meeting when council approved the final GMP. Mr. Dingfelder wanted solar panels put on the 2 additional buildings, which would be the facilities and the fleet building. And we're going to do that. So that satisfies that portion of the motion. The second part of the motion includes the potential involvement of local trade unions as related to the HANA project. And I'm going to defer to Brian Yarborough from DPR, who's the project manager, and he can report on that aspect of this motion. Brian, are you on the line?
Yes, sir, Sal. Good evening. Good evening, council. So in regards to the local trade unions, we've been in conversations with representatives from those unions, ensuring that members of the local chapters are represented on the list of invitees for solicitation of proposals on the project.
All right, that's great that we're going to do that. Just got to know how that's going to be done. And also, we had a lot of guests here this morning talking about community and folks in the community and being a part of this project. I just want to figure out how your company's going to work with that. And I'm going to probably ask Sal in reference to some comments that were made. And it's late tonight, so I'm probably going to hold off on that because we've got a whole book of stuff that council members need to look over that we received today, that I'm sure will be questions, and we're probably going to make a motion for staff to come back and review that because I believe they left a book for the clerk's office, correct? You get a book this morning, Mr. I'll make sure you get my book so you can copy and put it into the record. Mr. Carlson?
Yeah, I don't want to get into a long conversation about this, but if there was anything about the purchasing process that didn't exactly follow all the rules, it's not the fault of the firms who got the contracts. It's the fault of the city for not following them. And I don't know if rules were followed or not, but we need to go back and look at all the discussion. And I would just ask staff, I'm not accusing anybody of anything. The community has accused all of us. And I think we all have to take an honest look at it and a thorough look at it, and not just this particular case, but all the cases and how these processes are led. Because if the community keeps coming back to us over and over and over again, saying that in the contracting of services in particular, that it's not fair, it's not open, we're not getting competitive bids, we need to really thoroughly look at this process so that we can fix it. It'll save our taxpayers money. We'll be able to have money to spend on other things that they want us to spend on. Thank you.
Mr. Brandon.
Chairman, we have an audit department.
Mr. Chairman, it's Sal.
Administration to do an audit on what we just discussed right here to clear up this error. There are rules and regulations. They can serve finally if there's anything different. They report to us on all the audits. So we can ask them as the administration to assign the auditors to whatever we're talking about here regarding the administration's real estate department or whatever other department you want to look at. That doesn't take long.
All right, well, I think in the best interest of time this evening, I think that, we cannot do nothing when the folks have come with giving all these documents, so we need to.
Well, I understand that, Mr. Chairman, but if we're making that there's something other than the correct way of doing it, I'm not saying anybody's doing anything
Right.
wrong, that we have an audit department that will do the audit and let us know.
Yeah, I think, and again, I'm not accusing anybody of anything.
No,
The
I understand
community
that.
has accused all of us. But I think, let's give this, if you don't mind, let's give the staff a chance to report on their own and show us the thorough process that they went through without having an audit. The audit process, I spent a lot of time with them, and they go through just to look at the basic processes. This is deeper than that. I think it would require more of a forensic view of it and maybe an outside view.
Well,
But first, I'd like to give the staff a chance to come back and really report on their processes and how they do it.
Yeah, but I'd like to have it done real quickly. If not, we do the audit.
Yeah. Okay, thank you,
We
sir.
have, and you have a copy of the book?
Yes, Chair, just to clarify, I do have a book from Natalie Neff that was submitted during public comments.
And Mr. Robinson, right? So that way they can
Mr.
review.
Robinson as well.
So that way staff can review what they've said, and come back to us. How many days you think we'll need, Mr. Carlson, you like?
You're talking about on this issue?
Yeah, this issue here for staff to come back and reference to the Hannah project.
Oh, that was not my motion, so whose motion was this? Dingfelder, Maniscalco.
All right, he's not here, so what I would say was the motions just talk about trade, when you talk about there are other issues that have come up about Hannah now, so I think at this point, I'll make it. Mr. Shelby?
Mr. Chairman, at this point in time, what was raised today during public comment is totally outside this motion, so I guess my recommendation would be make it clear for staff, make it clear what council's intention is, and a new motion would be in order, and pick a date.
That'll be fine. So,
If it needs to include what is already there, either do it as a separate motion or include that in your motion.
all right, so,
me-
Mr.
If I could just say, what I want to achieve is accomplished by item number 97 if we do a thorough look at it, because we need to look at the systemic processes, not just individual examples. If somebody else wants to make a motion about this, they can, but.
All right, so you made your motion about 97. I'll go ahead, I'll pass.
Was there a vote on that, the 97, Madam Clerk?
We continued it.
Okay, that's complete then, okay, thank you.
That was 28th, right? That was April 28th?
Okay, so now you're taking up, Mr. Chairman, now you're taking up which item, number 90?
99.
Number 99.
Mr. Dingfellow's not here, so we'll go ahead and,
You said it has to be a new motion.
just be a new
Well, I'm
motion.
saying if you want to continue this one motion, but what was raised this morning is outside, somebody looking at the agenda would not know what you just referenced with all these items that you talked about with potential audits and the like. So I suggest that you make a motion that truly reflects what council's intention is when it comes back.
All right, so Mr. Maniscalco, I'll pass the gavel to you. I'll make the motion. In light of documents that have been received from the community, we ask that staff review the documents and come back with a report in person in reference to the information that has been given. Yes, Mr. Shelby?
Did you want the legal department to also
Yes, sir.
opine?
Legal department has to be involved, yes.
What date would you like?
I'll give them a little time.
We have, February 3rd, then we have February 17th, then we're going into March 3rd, March 17th. March 17th is, it's still short. All the other dates have fairly long, lists.
Is that, how much time?
Yeah, that might be too far out. I mean, I'm just, want to make sure that.
March 3rd is not so bad.
Let's go March 3rd. Let's go March 3rd.
March 3rd, all right. We have a motion from Chairman Goods. Everything that's been stated for March 3rd under staff reports, correct?
Mr.
Correct.
Chairman,
Yes.
may I inquire whether staff has informed council whether there be any other related items related to this project to come before council between now and then? Does anybody have an awareness of that?
I don't know. We've already passed the project, so I mean.
I'm sorry, I heard.
Sal Ruggiero, Deputy Administrator, I can, we don't have anything coming forward, anytime soon on this.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, so that was March
Yeah.
3rd, was it? March 3rd?
March 3rd under staff
We
report.
review the documents from the community and legal, come out report with legal in person with legal, all right?
All right, we have a motion from Council Chairman Goods. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Carlson. Roll call. You don't? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. The gavel is back to you.
All right, and clerk, you do have all the documents that was, okay, staff, okay. Last one tonight, gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. Mr. Shelby?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Well, first of all, we have item 100, and then we have the walk-on. Would you like to take up item 100 at this point?
Yes, 100.
Item 100 is whether the council wishes to continue the use of CMT on a permanent basis. And I should also point out, council, that separate from that, that's one issue of whether we just continue having running the meetings technologically the way we have and logistically the way we have. That's a separate issue than the way the meeting space is conducted. That's a separate issue of, let's say, council members not being all up on the dais, which if you were up all on the dais, you'd be able to do roll call votes and it would speed things up. You wouldn't have to do voice votes.
I'm not concerned about the dais right now. I'm concerned about what we're doing right now because right now the issue is we still have COVID running rapid. So we're not going to change the setting of what we're doing right now or from the second floor because of the volume.
So then let's put that issue aside. Let's just go back to item 100 then,
Right.
which is irrespective of when things go back to normal, will you, city council, is the question, whether to use CMT on a permanent basis. And then we have to adjust our policies and your procedures accordingly to that. So the question is, do you want to hold it off again and put it down the line as you did the last time? Because you're still certainly not back to where you thought you might be today.
And we can push it back. I mean, with things running fine right now, we can push it back.
The only
I saw Mr. Carlson's hand, and then I'll go Mr. Maniscalco.
I would propose, and I can make a motion that we retain CMT at least until Tampa is no longer under emergency order, and then we.
The city of Tampa under emergency
Yeah,
order.
and that's renewed like every week. But until we're not under an emergency order, when we're not under emergency order, we can revisit and vote again. And if there's a gap, we can do it on a temporary basis like we have been. So I unless somebody objects, I'd make a motion that we continue to use CMT until Tampa is no longer under an emergency order, at which time we will revisit whether we should do it permanently.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Carlson, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion granted. I think Mr. Shelby had a walk-on. I don't know if he wanted to withdraw that or not, or.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think it's in best interest now at this hour to ask council to receive and file this resolution and not have to take it up tonight. That would be probably in council's best interest.
Received and filed by Mr. Miranda, second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. All right, Mr. Shelby, anything else from you, sir?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, Mr. Madam Clerk.
Going back to item number 99, the current motion as it states on the agenda, we don't need any updates or anything on that particular how it's written. We're done with this.
Did you get a report on the additional solar panels? That was a question I do recall.
Yeah, he gave a report, but. Right.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Do you need any other action, Madam Clerk, on that? Or are you satisfied with that?
No, I'm satisfied.
Mr.
Thank
Dingo's
you.
not here, so, I mean, I don't know all he wanted to ask. He's not here, so. Mr. Maniscalco?
This is for new business, sir?
Yes, sir. New
All right, I'm going to begin with Councilmember Vieira's. There are quite a few here, but they're easy. So I have a motion, or I'd like to make a motion to move the Boy Scout Troop 4 pledge before City Council from January 20th to February 24th to the evening session.
Second.
Thank you.
All right. Motion by Mr. Maniscalco, second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
Thank you very much. The next motion is I might like to make a motion from Cub Scout Pack 16 to give the Pledge of Allegiance at the February 10th evening meeting.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Maniscalco, second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion granted.
And then I have a motion for a 5-minute presentation by Joshua Tannen, who needs a kidney transplant. If he could come and give this 5-minute presentation on February 3rd before City Council.
Second.
Wait a second, what day is that? Say that again?
February 3rd.
And what is it for?
Joshua Tannen, for him to give a 5-minute presentation. He is in need of a kidney transplant.
Can that be done in the February commendation day? Because normally presentations, that was council's policy, that would be done on a Tuesday.
This is a, I would say a life and death situation. I know time would be of the essence if we could make an exception for this person. But keep it strictly to 5 minutes. I mean, Councilmember Vieira's not here.
All right, and I understand the importance of that, and I'll have a conversation with
Or if we can move it to February 8th. I don't know the gentleman's schedule, if he can't make it, and, I don't know, without Councilmember.
I'll do it in light of that, but in the future, gentlemen, we have a guideline now that all presentations, and we're even talking about these FDOT things, some of these other presentations need to be on the commendation days of workshop. They don't need to be on the agenda now, because look where we're at right now. These agendas are long now, especially with all these zonings on here, and I've said it time and time again. It doesn't matter how we're cutting it down, but all these zonings, we're going these hearings, look what time it is. If we would have had an evening meeting, we would have had to cut a bunch of the stuff, hold and continue and stuff because of the time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
We'll be here till 5 o'clock in the morning.
Mr. Miranda, and I keep telling you guys, it's gonna come to that time. But I'll go ahead and take the motion.
And I think it's a special circumstance because Councilman Vieira's not here, and I don't,
We'll do it, but just note that in the future, all presentations need to be done on the accommodation date. All right, motion by Mr. Maniscalco, was seconded by Mr. Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
And then last one from Councilmember Vieira is a motion for accommodation to be presented to Chaplain Larry Young for his work at Canines for Christ. The commendation will be presented February 8th at that commendation date.
Okay, all right, motion by Mr. Maniscalco, second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion granted.
All right, and then this is my only motion for this evening. I'd like to make a motion to present a commendation on February 8th to Bayshore Christian School, which is celebrating their 50th year as an institution in South Tampa.
Second.
All right, second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
And that's
opposed?
it.
Motion
Thank you very
granted.
much.
Mr. Carlson.
Yes, thank you, sir. The issue came up about apprenticeship participation, and I would like to make a motion that City Council requests that staff list the amount of apprenticeship participation in the summary of an item, the same as they do MBE participation,
Motion made
if
by.
applicable.
What was that again? I'm sorry. If you could just please say it again.
Make a motion that City Council asks staff to include a notation about the amount of apprenticeship participation in the summary documents of items, just as they do MBE participation, if applicable.
All right, Mr. Carlson has made a motion.
The idea is that we can easily see it without.
I know where you're going at with that. I know you're going. All right, motion by Mr. Carlson. Any second? Anyone?
Wait, and Ms. Zelman is on the line there.
Ms. Zelman, you have a question, comment? You're muted. You're muted.
You hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I was just gonna note, the way the apprenticeship ordinance works is if it's applicable, they're required to have a certain amount of percentage hours of the, so perhaps the better way to ask the question would be, or to make the motion would be, that we add a notation as to whether the apprenticeship ordinance will be applicable to a particular contract. Because remember, it's only applicable to certain contracts. There has to be no state money involved. It has to be over a certain amount. right now it's for vertical construction only, so
And so you
can just add the notation that, and, you know, whether the apprenticeship ordinance is applicable to a contract.
because it's not like MBE where it can be on a sliding scale. The city's going to require them to do it.
Right, if they're required, they're required.
Okay, I'll change my motion just to ask that city council request that staff notate on the summary page of an item, if applicable, that they notate on the summary page if the apprenticeship participation is applicable to that item.
All right, motion made by Mr. Carlson. Second? Second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
Thank you, Ms. Elman. The other thing, you guys tell me if you want to do this or not, but since this has come up over and over and over again, I would like to make a motion that we request that staff, planning staff and legal staff look across the city for the possibility of creating one or more entertainment districts in areas not close to residential areas that would be designated as entertainment areas, and report back to us at the workshop on May 26th.
Drew Park.
All right, Mr. Carlson made a motion. You second?
I'll second it.
Second, that Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
It's the May workshop, 26th. Thank you all. Thank you, sir.
All right. Mr. Citro.
No, sir, nothing.
Mr. Miranda.
I'm disappointed, Mr. Citro. I'll just say hi to, thanks to Chief Tripp and to the off-duty Tampa Fire Rescue Team who traded their fire hoses and hammers this weekend at the Tampa Hope site, building permanent shelter structures for clients in need. And I'll give this to the clerk and I have two commendations that I'd like to have this council vote on. One to the Jesuit High School football team.
Oh, yes.
Beat me to it.
Second.
Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead, sir.
And that we also bring in Mr. Gonsmart, who was the last time they won in 1968. He was in the championship team. That was the last time they won. And I don't know what date in February.
It's accommodation day.
February
8th, February 8th. And I'll find out with the coach and so forth that they're available, so I don't really know. And the next one is for the University of Tampa ladies volleyball team. I beat you with that one too. It's not good to be last. That won the championship Division II in college.
Second on both of them.
All right. Second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Also February the 8th.
All right, 8, second.
Any opposed? All right, motion granted. How many accommodations we have on that 8th?
500.
That's good. What's also there for all accommodations? That's what it's for. So
As long as we do accommodations on its own day, we're gonna fill it
we're
up.
good. Well, it's good. That's
We're gonna get our,
I think at some point we ought to limit them because it takes the special nature out of it if we do too.
And also, council, just the logistics of having a lot of people necessarily be on the second floor if we're going to continue doing things the way we do it. So that is something that you may want to consider. You know how long sometimes commendations can take. You may want to consider staggering them. Take a look at that and say maybe we stagger them.
we'll work. We can work around it. We'll work around that. Mr. Maniscalco, kick the gavel, sir. There was a motion made on December 2nd for Ms. Vivian Haywood, longtime activist, for accommodation. We finally were able to get in touch with her we didn't know she was able to come, but she's able to come, and we want to do that on the January 18th accommodation. We hadn't had a chance to get back, but January 18th for Ms. Vivian Haywood to come for her accommodation.
Mr. Chairman, that is then this coming Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think we called Suline about that already.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion from Chairman Good, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, anything else, sir?
That's it. Also, Mr. Miranda beat me to it, but I do want to give special recognition to two other ball clubs because it's very hard to get to a state championship.
Very hard.
Berkeley Prep got there for a smaller school, private school, and it's very hard to get there. And also my alma mater, Tampa Bay Tech, and you know the history of Tampa Bay Tech. And to get there, I can tell you guys, I was on that team. We beat Tampa Catholic for our first win forever. And I can tell Juan Cherry was the quarterback.
You never forget that, do you?
And Gail Sears was the reporter. I never forget that. And for my alma mater to get there and to get to the state champion, and they played a powerhouse. St. Thomas Aquinas, that's a powerhouse. It's the athlete's dream to be able to afford to go there. But I like to give both those ball clubs a regular because it's hard pressed to get back there with those type. Tampa Bay Tech is a vocational high school I went to. It's very hard to get athletes to get there, but the coach is doing a great job. So I like to recognize both those teams. I know the February 8th is pretty packed now, correct? But they're all sports so far. So I see we can talk with the coaches and get both of those groups in Tampa Bay Tech and Berkeley Prep.
Was that a motion?
Motion, yes, sir.
We have a motion from Chairman Good, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Any opposed? Move to receive and file.
That's it.
That's
Move
right.
to receive and file.
Second Miranda's motion.
All right. Have a good evening.
Wait, I didn't hear a vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Good night, gentlemen. Good night. What a day. What a day.
Good night.